Good morning, everyone. My name is Councillor Stephen Holliday. I'm the chair of the Audit Committee. We have quorum. I am now calling meeting number 9 to order. Welcome, everyone. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room number 1. The meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, the Audit Committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Although we have no speakers registered, if there is one registered, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order that they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Audit Committee meeting at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the City Clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the Clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. I also want to remind you to please submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at auditctte, Audit Committee, at toronto.ca to help with motions. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you do have an interest, please raise your hand or unmute your mic and indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. Seeing none, we will proceed. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our previous meeting on February 12th, 2025? Councillor Meyer moves. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Members, we have 18 items on our agenda. It is a long agenda. I'm anticipating we're going to need to take a break for lunch, but we will begin by going through the items. AU 9.1 is the 2024 Audited Financial Statements, Consolidated City Sinking Funds, and Consolidated Trust Funds. We do have a brief presentation from management, so that item will be held. AU 9.2 is the City of Toronto Audited Findings Report for the year ended December 31st, 2024. We also have a brief presentation from KPMG, so that item will be held. AU 9.3 is the financial statements for the year ended December 31st, 2024 of various agencies, and you will see them A through J. Mr. Clerk, you have a motion amendment, a lengthy one. It's technical, but it is necessary to put as the recommendation to advance these to council.
Yeah. So the first one up on the screen for council to approve, and then the second one recommendation.
Okay. So the first one has to do with council approving the Create TO and the Toronto Parking Authority, and that is, those are approvals for those particular statements. And then the balance of the statements, the Audit Committee will recommend that City Council receive. Any questions for that? I'm happy to move them. All those in favor on the first amendment? All those in favor on the second amendment? On the item as amended, Mr. Clerk?
Yes.
Yes, on amended. All those in favor? Any opposed? That item carries. Our next item is AU 9.4, which is the status of financial statement audits of the city's agencies and corporations for the year ended December 31st, 2024. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, Mr. Clerk, I'm just searching for the disposition motion on that. I'll get that in a second. Too many screens and too many papers. Unless someone wants to hold it, may I have a member move the motion, which is to receive the report? Pardon me, it's to recommend that City Council receive the report on the status of the financial statements. Councillor Nunziata, all those in favor, any opposed, that carries. AU 9.5, which is Auditor General's 2025 Consolidated Follow-up Report, status of outstanding recommendations for city divisions, agencies, and corporations. Any members wishing to hold that? If not, could I have a member move the item? Councillor Myers moves that City Council would direct the confidential information, etc. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. AU 9.6, which is the 2025 Winter Maintenance Program follow-up, status of Auditor General's previous recommendations. That item will be held because I do believe we have a presentation. Oh, excuse me, there is not. Are there members with questions on the winter maintenance? Councillor Fletcher, that will be held. There is not. Yep. Okay, thank you. Mr. Clerk noted that we may need to go in camera. AU 9.7, which is transportation services, audit of transportation services, improving utility cut, permit and inspection processes. Any members wishing to hold that item? Thank you, Mr. Clerk. There's a presentation. I'm sorry, I have so much paper in front of me. I gotta find the page quickly. So that item will be held. AU 9.8, which is the audit of the city's low dollar value purchases, increasing efficiency and cost savings while balancing other procurement objectives and maintaining compliance. There is a staff presentation on that item, so it'll be held. AU 9.9, which is FIFA World Cup 2026. Toronto governance lessons learned for bidding and planning to host future mega events. Any questions on that item? Councillor Myers, be held. AU 9.10 is a fraud investigation involving multiple City of Toronto electricity accounts. Any questions on that item? I'm sorry, did you? I did have a question on that, so I'll hold it. AU 9.11, audit of the Toronto Transit Commission's non-union workforce planning and management. This is a transmittal from the TTC. Any questions on that item? Councillor Myers.
I have a question for the Auditor of Audits.
Okay, so we'll hold that item for you. AU 9.12, audit of Parks Branch Operations Phase 1 and 2, July 2025 status update. Any questions on that item? May I have a member of the committee? Councillor Cressanti moves the recommendations, which is City Council to receive the report. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. AU 9.13, Enterprise Work Management Solution Program Status Update. Are there any questions on this item? May I have a member move that item? Councillor Cressanti, I saw his hand first. Okay, AU 9.13. All those in favor? Any opposed? That item carries. AU 9.14, Community Centers 2024 Audited Financial Statements. Councillor Fletcher is holding the item. AU 9.15, Arenas 2024 and 2023 Audited Financial Statements and Status of Outstanding 2024 Audited Financial Statements. Anyone want to hold that? No? We do have a motion on that. Members, hopefully we can dispose. Would you like it held? Okay, it'll be held. We can pre-circulate that motion. That's fine. Yep. We can see if we can get you a paper copy as well, if that's convenient. AU 9.16, a business improvement area update on the 2023 and 2024 audited financial statements. Any members wishing to hold that item? Somebody like to move it, please? Councillor Cressanti moves. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. AU 9.17 is award of request for proposal, Doc 4989142973 for non-exclusive external audit services and other professional services for the city and certain agencies and corporations. Any questions? Could somebody move that item? Councillor Cressanti moves. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. AU 9.18 is the Auditor General's Office report on the results of applying specified auditing procedures to financial information other than financial statements for the year ended December 31st, 2024. Anyone want to hold that? Any questions? Somebody like to move it? It would be a motion to receive. Mr. Clerk, it's going to be to adopt, so we'll put it on the screen. Councillor Nunziata moves. All those in favor, any opposed? That carries. Okay, back to the top of the list. First item is AU 9.1, 2024 Audited Financial Statements, Consolidated City Sinking Funds, and Consolidated Trust Funds. We have a presentation from the city's management team. Welcome to the team. I'll give you a moment to set up, and please begin as soon as you're ready.
Okay, good morning, Chair Holiday and Audit Committee members. Jason Lee, Controller and Chief Accountant. With me is Julie Lee, Director of Accounting Services. Thank you for the opportunity to present this morning. Today, we're seeking Audit Committee's approval of the city's audited financial statements. The report before you includes 3 sets of financial statements: the sinking fund statements, the trust fund statements, and the focus of today's presentation, the consolidated financial statements, which include the results of city divisions and agencies. I'll note that all financial statements are prepared in accordance with public sector accounting standards and are expected to receive a clean audit opinion. Next slide, please. To begin, we want to acknowledge the hard work of city divisions and agencies to deliver core services and programs while maintaining a strong commitment to fiscal responsibility. This slide represents just some of the achievements through Council's investments in the 2024 budget. Several noteworthy achievements include adding 500,000 transit service hours to improve mobility across the city, helping 3,800 individuals move from shelters into permanent housing, and expanding library hours across the city. On the next slide, we will see how these achievements translate into financial impacts. Here's a summary of the city's income statement. For the year ended 2024, the city collected revenues of $18 billion and incurred expenses of $16 billion, resulting in an annual surplus for accounting purposes of $2 billion. We're going to talk a little bit more about the accounting surplus in the next slide. Compared to last year, total revenues increased by 11.5%, or $1.8 billion. The increase was attributed to property tax rate increases, larger than planned investment returns, increased government grants, and the use of development charges to construct capital projects. Total expenses increased by 7.4%, or $1 billion. The increase is largely attributed to investments in the delivery of core services, which we noted in the last slide. Now let's take a look at the city's annual surplus and what it represents. As noted in the opening slide, the city's financial statements are prepared using public sector accounting standards, or PSAS. The main difference between this standard and the budgeting approach is the treatment of cash flows. While the budget is focused on balancing cash flows and outflows in the current year, PSAS focuses on how economic resources are received and consumed over time. For example, contributions from the operating fund to the city reserves is considered a cash outflow for budget purposes. However, it is not considered an expense for accounting, as the cash has not left the city's control. With that high-level explanation, let me walk you through how we reconcile the two. In the table on the slide, we start with the city's operating cash surplus of $114 million, which we achieved in 2024. The operating surplus is a reflection of the city's financial flexibility, and a full analysis of this will be tabled at Executive Committee later this month. It is worth noting that the city's operating surplus was allocated to support the city's multi-year budget bridging strategy, which will address pressures anticipated in the 25 and 26 budgets. This approach ensures continuity of services while maintaining long-term fiscal sustainability. The operating surplus is then adjusted to reflect accounting impacts of reserve contributions, repayment of debt principal, changes in accounting estimates, and the impact of the capital plan. For example, we recognize capital grants as well as the city's acquisition of tangible capital assets. The combined impact of these adjustments allow us to arrive at the accounting surplus of $2 billion. As you can see, the city's accounting surplus is largely due to investments in tangible capital assets. So it's important to note that it does not represent a cash balance that can be spent by the city. Let's move on to the next slide, where we'll talk a little bit more about the tangible capital assets on our balance sheet. At December 31, 2024, the city held $64 billion in assets, $28 billion in liabilities, netting an accumulated surplus of $36 billion. Consistent with prior years, the city's balance sheet is showing sustained growth, driven largely by investments in TCAs such as roads, buildings, water, and transit infrastructure. These assets are essential to maintaining service quality, supporting Toronto's growing population, and enhancing livability. Tangible capital assets make up the majority of the city's assets at 71%. In 2024 alone, $3.6 billion of new assets came into service, including the Dunn House, the fire station at 21 Old Eglinton, the Ted Reeves Arena, and the Spirit Garden just outside in Nathan Phillips Square. On the liability side, long-term debt accounts for roughly 1/3 of the city's total obligation to external parties. Debt, as you know, is mainly used to finance major capital projects. The accumulated surplus is what remains when liabilities are subtracted from assets. The accumulated surplus grew by $2 billion, which is the amount of the annual surplus that we discussed in the last slide. As you can see, most of the accumulated surplus balance reflects the historical investment that the city has made towards key infrastructure and is not equivalent to a cash surplus available for new spending. Finally, turning to reserves and reserve funds that are essential for managing risk. Reserves are used to help stabilize tax rates, support capital projects, and provide flexibility during emergencies. At the end of 2024, the city held $5.6 billion in total reserves. On an overall basis, however, flexibility is limited. Approximately 96% of these reserves are already committed to prior council decisions. Further, the city has made commitments that are nearly 3 times greater than the amount of reserve fund balances, which further illustrates the need for the city to continue contributions to the reserves. As an example, the City Building Fund is growing strategically by design. This reserve has supported $1.4 billion in investment commitments to date and is expected to support an additional $8.5 billion of capital investments over the next 10 years. We'll wrap up today's presentation with some acknowledgement. Over the past several years, the city has been on a journey to enhance long-term financial sustainability. The city has received the Government Finance Officer Association Award for high-quality financial statements that are accurate and easy to understand. And in a major milestone, the city received its first credit rating upgrade since 2001 from S&P Global for improved financial health and sustainability. This makes the city more attractive to investors, driving down borrowing costs. These achievements are signals that the city's long-term financial plan is working and has allowed the city to continue to invest in capital assets. The $4.7 billion capital plan in 2024 was the highest capital investment made in the city's history. The city also continued to invest in the existing asset stock and has committed to $26 billion to the state of good repair. I'd like to wrap up by thanking colleagues across the city for their support in completing the financial statements, in particular the finance and administration leads in all service area, the leadership and staff in the accounting services division, some of which are in attendance today, and finance and treasury colleagues and our auditors, KPMG, for a smooth audit. Chair Holliday, this concludes our presentation. Thank you, and happy to take any questions committee may have.
Thank you for the presentation. Are there questions of the Finance and Treasury Services team? Councillor Crisanti, please go ahead, sir.
Thank you for your presentation. So if you go back to slide 3, I just want to talk a little bit about surplus. Can you describe or explain to me there's 2 numbers I see there, and the 2 million and the 1.2 million. What's the difference between the green and the blue? Which is the surplus?
Sorry, I couldn't quite hear the question.
Slide 3.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm looking at the surplus financial performance. So there's a green bar and a blue bar.
Oh, okay. The green is 2024 and the blue is for 2023.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
that's last year's number.
And so can you tell me what this means exactly? We have extra money, surplus?
So
Surplus means more, not less?
Yeah, we have a higher annual surplus, and this is a surplus that's calculated through with accounting adjustments. I was trying to explain on slide 4, the city did achieve an operating surplus for the year, which is in excess of our operating, I would say, revenues versus our operating expenses. So from that, we have to make adjustments for accounting. As an example, contributions to reserves, repayment of debt. So we did achieve a surplus of $2 billion for accounting surpluses, of which only $114 million is cash surplus.
And that money is going to be allocated to debt?
The CFO would like to answer that question.
To the chair, maybe I'll just elaborate on that. So this is an accounting surplus. This is different than what will be presented at the next executive committee, which is a budget surplus. An accounting surplus generally, various ups and downs that happen both within our assets and our liabilities, but for the most part, what this represents is the increased value. So we've invested in roads, we've invested in bridges. This is the added value based on the deliberate investment we've made in capital infrastructure. Not that they are funds that are then available for us to reinvest in operations.
All right, that's great. Thank you. That's what I was looking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Just to pick up on the line of questioning of Councillor Crisanti. So we always see a surplus every year when we do the accounting of the city's balance sheet. But then every year at budget, we see that the city's in a financial crisis or deficit. Can you reconcile why we're seeing this year after year? Because it seems like we're seeing two different cities. One that has a healthy surplus and one that's always in financial crisis.
To the chair, so maybe I'll start and then I'll turn it over to Jason, our chief accountant, that can probably get into a few more details. I think it's recognizing the differences between the financial statements and what's presented as part of the budget. And you know, one point to raise, as part of the budget, we identify unmet capital needs. So the need to continue to invest in state of good repair, which our last capital asset management report stated the number around $18 billion. We talk about the opening budget pressure that has to be balanced. Last year was about $1.1 billion that we had to find offsets and address. Those would not be considered traditional liabilities that you would see in financial statements. So through the budget process, we're taking actions to be able to address those needs, bring forward a balanced budget. What you see in the financial statements is the results of the investments that we have made. Predominantly, you've seen, especially over the last 10 years, considerable effort to increase our investment in a capital program. So when you look at the results, you see the results of that. In fact, if you were to completely eliminate the value of our tangible capital assets, we're actually running a small deficit within our financial statements. So those are some of the differences, and I'm happy to turn over to Jason if he wants to elaborate further.
I think Steve made a great explanation already. Through the chair, the accounting surplus, you know, the difference between budgeting and accounting, I would say, mainly is the budget has to do with cash flows in and out for the year, and there's a requirement to balance that. A good example I want to use is borrowing. So when you borrow funds, say to buy a house or a car, it's not necessarily considered an expense because we have to repay that. And so that's what we do in accounting. When funds come into the city for accounting, like if we take out debt, it's not considered an expense. And as a result, when we pay debt, when we repay, like we show on the slide here, it's not considered an expense. And that's why we achieve a surplus for financial statement and accounting purposes.
Thank you. Is some of the difference also in that we use two different accounting methods for the audited financial statements and the budget?
Yes, that's correct.
So is there a way to reconcile it? Because I think we use GAAP for the audited financial statements and cash accrual basis for the budget.
Yeah.
Some cities use GAAP for the budget as well, so that when we compare the budget to the audited financial statements, we can make more of an apples to apples comparison. But when I see this and I see the budget, it can be very difficult for me as a counselor, never mind the average citizen, to reconcile why I'm seeing two different scenarios.
I'll start and then I'll turn it over to the CFO. Through the chair, very few municipalities use like a PSAS-based budgeting, and it's because, you know, we're required to have a balanced budget. We're not allowed to take on debt for operating cost reasons. There is a full reconciliation between the two bases of accounting in the financial statement itself in Note 21. So it goes line by line to strips out what the differences are between the cash budget and the accounting budget.
Okay.
Yeah, and to the chair, and I'll add, we have continuously tried to bring forward ways to present the differences between the numbers. I think you see it in today's presentation as well, where we're trying to compare the budget surplus versus the accounting surplus, and we'll continue to take actions as part of the 2026 budget process to be able to explain the differences between the two methodologies.
So will we get more of the, I guess, the gap analysis when we do get the 2026 budget so that we can compare it more easily to the audited financial statements?
Yes, we're working towards a full reconciliation between the cash budget and the accounting budget in the accounting analysis in the budget itself, in the 2026 budget document.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there further questions? Seeing none, may I have a member move the three motions, which is that City Council approve the three various statements? Any volunteers to move? Councillor Crisanti moves. I'm sorry, I should ask, is there anyone wishing to speak? Seeing none, Councillor Crisanti moves. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Okay. AU 9.2, which is the City of Toronto audit findings. Thank you to the accounting services team. The City of Toronto audited financial report for the year ended December 31st, 2024. We are welcoming our external auditors from KPMG, Ms. Kushnud and Mr. Travers. Welcome. As soon as you're ready, please proceed with your presentation.
Great. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kevin Travers. I'm the lead audit partner from KPMG and the City of Toronto Audit. I am joined today by Maria Kushnud, also an audit partner. Maria and I are going to hit the highlights of this document. We're not going to do a page by page. We're very happy to respond to questions that you may have with respect to our comments at the conclusion of the formal part of the presentation. With respect to overall status and audit highlights, the first comments that we'll make are that we have completed the work that we need to issue our signed unqualified audit opinion. Unqualified means it's a clean audit that we'll have for each of the city entities. The only items that are outstanding as of this morning are the items that should be outstanding, and that is namely completing our conversations with this group. Then ultimately, when City Council approves the financial statements, we receive signed representation letter from management, we'll issue our opinion. We will speak to the key areas of audit focus this morning, as well as the more significant items that may have found their way into uncorrected misstatements. Uncorrected misstatements are items which were observed during the audit process, which have not been reflected within your financial statements. However, they are immaterial to your financial statements and do not impact our audit opinion. With respect to control deficiencies, we would comment that we did not encounter any significant internal control deficiencies. As in prior years, we have identified some opportunities for the city to strengthen their control environment. Those will be included in a management letter, which are not coming forward this morning. That management letter will come to a subsequent audit committee meeting, as we've done in the past. And that difference in timing provides management the opportunity to vet our observations and to provide a response in terms of an action plan to responding to those items. If I move forward to a slide just to speak to, we have two, presumed audit risk relating to fraud and our required procedures. Those procedures have been carried out. No items to note as a result of carrying out those procedures. However, I will note with respect to revenue, and we do have comments on this later in this document, during the year, management performed an in-depth dive into looking at the composition of their obligatory reserve funds, which are included within deferred revenue on your balance sheet. That investigation yielded the results that there were certain items which could have been recognized as revenue in previous years. Management undertook a process to recognize those funds in the current year. Because they relate to prior years, we did record what we reference as an uncorrected misstatement of the financials because they related to previous periods. They are not material to your financial statements taken as a whole. Maria is going to speak to the next part of the document.
Thanks, Kevin. So I'll take you through the next few slides. The first one I'll cover is consolidation. So there are no material errors identified as a result of our audit procedures related to consolidation. For cities consolidation, there are some entities that are excluded from the consolidation process due to their immaterial nature. Some entities that are excluded, they're in aggregate, they reach our posting threshold. So as a result, we have reported an uncorrected audit adjustment for these, but they're not material and it does not result in any impact on our audit opinion for exclusion of these entities. And we do agree with management because this does create efficiencies for financial reporting and for accelerate financial reporting timelines. Next, I'll cover tangible capital assets on page 12 of our report. All required procedures have been completed for this caption. No material errors were identified. However, we have reported an immaterial out-of-period error that was corrected by the city through current year balances. City continues to invest significant amount of time and resources in cleaning up their TCA records. City's accounting team takes a deep dive into cleaning up TCA as part of the annual financial reporting cycle and continues to work with divisions to obtain information that is required to ensure the accuracy and completeness of this information. We've discussed City's process for identifying and remediating these errors, and we are in agreement with them in the process of their this remediation. Moving on to page 13, the only item I want to highlight here is that there was a new accounting standard that came into effect this year, PS 3400, related to revenues. City's Accounting Services Division has taken or undertook a very detailed and thorough process to assess the impacts of this new accounting standard for all the various different revenue streams that this was relevant to. There was no adjustment identified as a result of City's assessment, and we are in agreement with the city's, the whole process that they undertook to make this assessment and the fact that there is no adjustment to be booked. With that, I'll pass it back to Kevin.
Thanks. I'll just make a couple of concluding remarks. The first is with respect to employee future benefits. The process for recording the obligation for employee future benefits involves the city providing data as well with respect to their various post-retirement plans, as well as data with respect to their employees to a third-party actuary. Along with the city's data and with the assumptions that are required, they will assist in providing an estimate for the obligation relating to this value. During the year, the city appointed new third-party actuaries. The new actuaries, in going about their process, suggested that there was an adjustment to be made to the opening value. It's not material to the financial statements. Our actuaries also looked at the process and were comfortable with the ending obligation as recorded within your financial statements. The only other item I'll reference relates to the accounting for the long-term debt. In the 2023 audit process, the city adopted the financial instrument standard, which was a new accounting standard last year. The city also chose the optional election of recording all of its financial instruments at fair value. When it comes to debt, this is a very complex process in terms of the reason why your fair value of debt may differ from the carrying value relate to the borrowing terms. And as a result, the model employed by the city is very complex. Our specialist looked at the work that was done and did identify an adjustment as a result of applying that model. It's not a significant or material adjustment to the financial statements, and it is included within our findings report today. So that really firms up the formal part of the communication from Maria and I today, but we're very happy to respond to any questions that you have.
Thank you. Are there questions of the external auditors? I had two really quick ones, so I'll run the timer. The first was, I wondered if you could provide comment to us on what the materiality threshold is actually in terms of the overall volume that you looked at, because that's kind of like a statement of how much work you did, right? Like the size of the audit. And could you comment on, how that benchmarks against other entities that would be our size?
Yes, thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So materiality was set, if you recall, when we presented our audit plan, we set materiality at $357 million. And what that means, what it doesn't mean is it doesn't mean that we ignore transactions below that, hardly. What it means is if we had uncorrected items that exceeded that value, we would be unable to provide an unqualified audit opinion. It is based upon, we look at all of your metrics, so we look at total revenues, we look at total expenses, we look at total assets, and then we look at benchmarking the materiality to that number. The value that we use in terms of the metrics is based upon your statement of operations metrics, and it is consistent with other municipalities.
Thank you. And my second question was, you mentioned the term obligatory reserves. I'm going to guess that those are a subset of our overall inventory of reserve funds. Could you help me understand the difference between obligatory and everything else?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Obligatory reserve funds, you'll find them on your balance sheet under deferred revenue, whereas the other reserves are part of your overall accumulated surplus. Those have discretionary components in the sense that they are discretion of council, how they may be applied. Obligatory reserve funds are set up as a result of litigation or legislation that require from a third party what their use is to be applied to.
Could you give me a sense of like what percentage the obligatory reserve funds are of the overall inventory of reserves, whether it's dollar value or number? Just give me a sense of how big that is.
I don't have that in front of me. We could look it up quickly, but I'll give you an example. Development charges that are unspent would form part of your obligatory reserve funds. And they make up the biggest component of your obligatories.
Could you say, would they represent the majority of
Yes.
reserve? Okay, all right, that's close enough. Thank you, those were all my questions. Any other questions? Seeing none, any members wishing to speak? Seeing none, may I have a member of the committee? And I'm sorry, I'm just going to check. We do have a motion for this. May I have a member of the committee move the recommendation that's before us, which is City Council receive the audit findings report? Any takers? No? I will move that. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you so much. Okay, to the Audit Committee, Madam Auditor doesn't have a presentation, but she does have some verbal remarks. Unless there's an objection, I think that would be helpful and probably save us a bit of time. I'm sorry, AU 9.6, which is the 2025 Winter Maintenance Program follow-up status of Auditor General's previous recommendations. So Madam Auditor, I'll turn over the microphone to you. Please proceed.
Great, thank you very much, Chair. So on our winter maintenance follow-up, thank you to Barbara Gray, Vince Ferrazza, Mike Barnett, and staff at Transportation Services for their assistance with this follow-up work, and to my team as well, Aina Chan, Rashir Patel, Anil Bucks, and Atif Karwa. This report is part of my office's regular follow-up work. It was reported on separately for winter maintenance instead of being included as a report abstract in our consolidated follow-up report, given it was part of Council's request to the Auditor General. This report directly addresses Part B of the March 2025 City Council motion, asking if the division implemented the Auditor General's past recommendations ahead of the February 2025 winter storm. With regards to the other requests made to me by Council on winter maintenance, I am waiting to see the results of the City Manager's review, which I understand will be coming public today, and will then evaluate whether any additional work is required on my part or not. This follow-up review assessed whether Transportation Services implemented the outstanding recommendations from the Auditor General's previous winter maintenance reports from 2020, 2021, and 2023. For this follow-up, management reported 19 recommendations as fully implemented. We assessed 8 as fully implemented, 2 as not applicable and closed, and 9 as not fully implemented. We also made 3 new additional recommendations as part of this follow-up work. In terms of progress made by Transportation Services, it includes a winter maintenance contract administration manual with standard operating procedures for staff and contractors, and a more structured process for installing, maintaining, and repairing GPS devices on vehicles. For background, in 2021, the city entered new performance-based winter maintenance contracts for 2022 to 2029, replacing the previous unit price contracts. It's important to note that the Auditor General's previous reports did not include recommendations on switching to a performance-based contracting model. Instead, the recommendations focused on improving contract language, management, and performance monitoring. These recommendations can be applied to any contracting model, whether unit priced or performance-based, and are relevant to both past and current agreements. The current performance-based contracts require contractors to meet specified pavement outcomes within the set time, which is called maximum operating time, based on the council-approved service levels. Overall, we found that ongoing issues with the GPS dashboard and field audits, the two main tools for ensuring that contractors achieve the specified pavement outcomes within the set time limit, are hindering implementation of our previous recommendations and the city's ability to ensure contract performance requirements are met. And the 9 open recommendations were not implemented prior to the February 2025 winter storm. Our follow-up found opportunities for improvement by first, strengthening real-time monitoring and verification using GPS technology. The GPS dashboard used to monitor route completion is still not effective 3 years into the performance-based contracts, meaning the division cannot effectively monitor contractor performance. Significant effort is spent manually comparing expected routes with GPS information, which is labor-intensive and time-consuming. Although staff have applied some disincentives based on their manual processes, this is an inefficient, unsustainable, and unreliable method for consistently detecting all non-compliance. In this follow-up work, we also found contractors did not update their maps in the GPS dashboard until January 2025, and this makes it very challenging for staff to verify the expected routes are completed properly. This resulted in one of our additional recommendations to implement a structured process for managing route map updates to improve accountability and enabling effective real-time monitoring throughout the season. The second area is to improve field audits for more effective oversight of contractor performance. Transportation Services field audits provide minimal coverage of the overall contract area. Specifically, only 6.45 to 9.38 kilometers, or 2% of road segments, were assessed per contract area. We believe longer road segments should be sampled to more comprehensively assess contractor performance, and this is allowed within the current contract. Additional risk-based field audit samples could also help identify the need for deficiency work orders, substantiate that routes were not fully completed within the allotted time frame, and help to identify instances where equipment used by contractors did not meet the required payment outcome. These improvements to field audits have been included as an additional recommendation in our report. Also, over half of the field audit reports we reviewed had one or more documentation issues. Field audits need to be properly documented. And finally, there's room to enhance other operational and compliance controls. Transportation Services can continue to improve tracking of vehicle breakdowns and spare equipment and address delays in updating daily rate sheets. A more robust analysis of 311 service requests is also needed to identify trends and root causes and to ensure common areas of concern are properly assessed and addressed. For example, a trend analysis may have identified the need to look into the use of single-axle vehicles further. One of our new recommendations from this follow-up work includes reviewing whether there is a systemic issue with contractor performance due to contractors using single-axle vehicles on local roads. Implementing the remaining 9 recommendations and 3 new recommendations from this report will help management more efficiently and effectively monitor contractor performance and hold contractors accountable and report on service level achievement for winter maintenance. And management has agreed to all of our recommendations. Thank you, and back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there questions of staff? Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, and I know I'm going to be asking that, and unfortunately, the city manager has a report that we're not going to be able to see before we're finished today. Should have done this in the afternoon, probably it would have been out by then. But I'm very interested in just the structure of that NRFP, as everybody knows, and looking at the contracts were actually awarded. Could you just confirm this, Madam Auditor General? Contract to IML, 3 years, 96.8, with possible 3-year extension for a total of 143 million. Maple Creek, also one of the contractors. MCON, one of the contractors. And AF DeCarlo for the first 3 years, 119.6 million, with an additional 59 million if the contract was extended for 3 years. So I'm very clear that there were 4 contracts awarded under the snow NRFP. That's what I'm seeing here, correct?
So through the chair, those were the contractors, and there was the joint venture between ANF DeCarlo and IML.
I don't see the bidding as a joint venture.
I'm going to turn it over to Ina Chan, Deputy Auditor General. to provide some more detail.
Does that show in the award here on November 23rd, 2021? Of course, deep in COVID, staff on their own, no counselor oversight. Tell me how that shows up that there's a joint venture award.
Through the chair, there were 2 NRFPs that were conducted. The first NRFP had a number of bidders, and then there was a second one. The joint ventures bid on the second one, so there were contracts that were awarded to the joint venture through the second NRFP, and then there were also 2 non-competitive procurement contracts that were awarded to the joint venture.
So November 2021 was the first one, and then there was a subsequent one? Is that what you're saying? What was the date of that, please? Can you just pause my time?
Through the chair, the report that went to council is dated November 2021, and it actually covers both NRFPs. So it has the initial NRFP that was awarded as well as the second NRFP and the awards through the second NRFP. They are both in the November 2021 report that went through Infrastructure and Environment Committee.
Okay, I'm just having a hard time finding that as one of the bidders. Is that item number 2? And this is the document, November 23rd, 2021. So I'll just let you.
It's on page 14 of 18 of the report if you have it ahead of,
Oh, I
in
do
front of
have
you.
it. I do have it, 14 of 18.
So NRFP 2 is on page 14 of 18 in that
right.
Infrastructure and Environment Committee
It's
report.
just in the summary, it doesn't appear to be listed. So what I'm looking for the actual bids. How many years had IML actually directly worked on a snow contract or a contract for the city? That has to answer that?
Management would know that.
The number of years that they were, because I think one of the terms of the NRFP was that you had to have worked directly for the city within the last number of years, correct?
So is, perhaps management would be able to answer that question? Barbara's here.
My time, please.
Of course.
I need a little more. I'll probably need another round, or we'll go in camera.
Through the chair to the committee, IML did work as a subcontractor to a previous contract regarding winter maintenance services.
Which contractor?
I'd have to get back to you on that, Councillor, but I do know they were a subcontractor.
They were a subcontractor to Defina Haulage.
And did the RFP say that you had to work directly or that you could be a subcontractor? Because they weren't directly managed by the city as a subcontractor. I don't expect that's the way things work. Or is that how you work? You're directly managed subcontractors or the contractor manages them?
Paused
That's
it.
a question for management.
Paused it. This is about the procurement.
Yes.
Yep. So, Madam Auditor, if you can answer it, great. If not, if I could ask the staff, does anyone have the familiarity with?
Oh, I'd like to know how contracts are managed. Do we manage subs or do we manage the main contractor? That's a pretty simple question.
Yeah, Chair, the city manages contractors.
Okay,
and
city manages
the contractors manage
contractors.
their subs, and they are all accountable for the terms of the contract.
But we don't manage subs. So when you're asking for somebody who's worked directly for the city, somebody who's a subcontractor, technically, I'll have to ask Ms. Sharkey. I thought I saw her there. She's over there. Is that considered working directly for the city if we're not have oversight and management of a contractor?
Honestly, it would be on a case-by-case basis. We have
Can't
to
hear
look
you,
at.
sorry.
Oh, sorry. Through the chair, it would honestly be on a case-by-case basis. Typically, we are managing the contractor, but we could have interactions with the subcontractor as well. It could be considered working for the city if they're doing city work.
Is that clear in the RFP? So I guess I want to know how so many contractors who had worked directly for the city did not pass the technical requirements for the NRFP, but a contractor who did not work directly for the city but was a subcontractor passed the technical requirements. And I would like, Mr. Chair, to see those documents. I would like those to be provided to us today or for council. It's very troubling to me. And I'd like to understand, maybe this is in camera, how the technical requirements weren't met by firms that had done snow clearing directly for the city, but were met by a firm that had never worked directly for the city. And I don't believe they did snow clearing. Did Delfino do snow clearing?
So Councillor Fletcher, we'll give a second round, of course, but if I
Or
could
do we need to go in camera?
give another member a chance to ask. Yeah.
I could at least provide a very high level in terms of the bids that were submitted. Just for example, the first NRFP that had the first 11 contract areas. So this is the one that we did initially.
I don't want high level, I want scoring, sorry.
Yes.
So let's not.
I was just going to give a sense that there were 24 bids submitted and 6 passed successfully the rounds to be able to have a negotiated contract area, which
I'm interested in the actual bidding, like I was on Pay It. I want to see the sheets, I want to see the results, I want to see everything.
Yep.
So last question. Councillor Myers, I think you had indicated, and we'll of course come back. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. So just sort of to pick up where Councillor Fletcher left off, because I'm relatively new, were the previous snow contractors doing a proper job of snow clearing?
Chair, the previous snow contracts, the unit cost-based contracts, there were 47 contractors. And so one of the reasons why, and I agree with the Auditor General's comments that the auditor did not recommend a contract type. She didn't recommend a performance-based contract. But our program previously did not have any controls in place to oversee contractor performance. And so when we put the RFPs together for this work, we were very focused on wanting to be able to manage contractor performance. We were very focused on the auditor's recommendations about having GPS and having it accessible on all pieces of equipment. And so I can't tell you that the previous contracts, we didn't have a lot of line of sight to contractor performance, and that was a significant gap that we were trying to fill. And so we did make the business decision to go ahead and move forward with performance-based contracts so that we could have those tools. In fairness, the auditor indicated that we needed to have very strong performance measures, which we had developed, but we had not tested fully. And so we were doing those pieces in parallel. And so we believe now that we have more than the foundation. Certainly we have a program that we are delivering every year where we have the ability to now track contractor performance. And we also agree with the auditor's recommendations that there's more that we can do to be more consistent, specific, and precise on that, because it is imperative that we do that in order to be able to ensure that we can track payments and liquidated damages, et cetera. So I hope I answered your question. I went on a little bit there.
Slightly.
Okay.
So you talked about contract oversight. I'm actually talking about the job they were doing. Did they do a good job? Those 47 contractors, you maybe didn't have the proper tools to oversee them properly, but was the level of complaints from the city, from the councillors, as high as it is now with these new contractors in place?
I could go back and look at 311 for as long as it went back. Certainly, there are always complaints about winter service, so I wouldn't be able to make an accurate comparator. Certainly, when we get significant snowfalls of 50 centimeters or more, there are always frequent complaints, but I wouldn't be able to make a direct comparator about the previous contracts and these contracts in terms of complaints.
Councillor Myers, Madam Auditor wanted to add comment. Sorry.
Through the chair, I just wanted to add that back when we did our 2020 audit, that was at council's request because there were concerns at the time about the performance of the contractors for winter maintenance under the old model.
So there were performance issues back then?
Yes.
Okay. So the decision was made in September 2021. So this company that we awarded ANFD Carlo and infrastructure maintenance, they were a newly formed company that was formed in September 2021, correct?
Correct. Both subcontractors had worked for the city in previous roles doing snow, but not together and not to do all the infrastructure, which is what this contract required.
Is it normal practice for the city to award such a large contract to one entity when that entity doesn't have a track record of performance? Does that question make sense? Like, this was a large contract for I think half the city, and this company had not existed 2 years ago, and it was a subcontractor, but it was not a direct contractor with the city, from my understanding.
So both of the joint venture partners were contractors at the city, and they both did snow. Remember the 47, well, you don't remember, the 47 contracts, each contractor had a specific piece of the infrastructure that they were responsible for. So we had contractors who just did sidewalk clearing, and we had contractors who just did local road salting, and contractors who did local road plowing. So they did, I don't have in front of me the list of things that each of the joint venture partners did for the city, but they were part of that team of 47 contractors.
But they've never done a contract of this size and this scale and this complexity for the entire city of Toronto.
I don't know what they work all over the province, so I wouldn't be able to answer what their engagements were, but I will say that while we did a lot of industry scans and a lot of engagement with industry before we launched this performance-based contract, it is unusual in its complexity and also the level to which performance monitoring is built into the contract for this area.
Thank you.
So we'll go to a second round.
Yes, please.
Yes? Any other questions? I have a couple, but we'll go to a second round in just a second. So my questions are, can I guess staff tell me how it works at 311 with respect to a period immediately following a snowstorm where the public cannot enter in a complaint? What's our rules?
I'm sorry, Councillor. Chair, could you repeat the question?
So immediately following a snowstorm or a major event, there's a period of time in which 311 will not take a complaint from the public. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What's the rules for that?
The rules, that is a practice that the city put in place a number of years ago, even before these new contracts, because what was occurring on a regular basis was that the public was getting frustrated with an issue and they wanted to call it in, like the plow hadn't come within the first 7 hours, and it took at least 14 hours to do one round of service. And so the field investigators were being dispatched to deal with service requests that had not yet been serviced on one round. And so that's why that blackout period, as it was called, was established that would give staff the opportunity to actually deliver the full service, and then they would start taking service request calls from the public.
So it's similar to solid waste. If the truck rolls past my house and forgets to tip the bin, I get very stressed and I call in 311, not using my counselor phone, of course, my personal one. And I say, you missed my house. And the response back from 311 is, oh no, we can't take your call until the end of the day because the contractor, in theory, has till, I don't know, 6 o'clock or something to pick it up. And is that the sort of same thing, right? You're within the period of which the contractor has the right to come back and complete the work. Even though you look at it and you say the likelihood of that truck pulling a U-turn is, or the snowplow pulling a U-turn and coming back is low. Do I understand that right?
I think it's slightly different with solid waste. I think the concept is the same. I think with solid waste, it's slightly different. In this case, there's a significant amount of equipment and staff that go out to do the first round of servicing. And so we put that was a practice that was put in place by the division. I will say, having been here now for a little while, that it is a very unpopular practice. And I think there's probably other controls that we can put in place that will be able, now that we have the technology to monitor a little better, we we can probably put other controls in place to manage it better.
So there's a difference between the windrow not getting completed and the plow pass, which is a classic complaint. Plow went by, left a big pile of snow. When the answer is maybe another plow is still yet to come.
Correct.
And, you know, they forgot to come down my street or something. Like, there's a difference in those types of complaints.
There is a difference, and I also think there has been some improvement in updating the scripts for 311 so that instead of saying call back later, there's a much more descriptive information that's provided to the caller. That's what we've instituted in the last couple of years to improve that experience.
So back
Still
to the
frustrates
solid waste
people, though.
example, people have become accustomed to the rule. If you've ever called it before, you know that there's no point in calling until nighttime because there's no garbage collection happening at night, at least in my part of the city. So how do people know what the blackout period is after a storm? Because, you know, like most people don't even call in.
Right.
And if they do, there's a problem. How would they possibly understand that, you know, you better wait a period of time?
So we did provide more sort of user-friendly information about, and stop calling it a blackout period, and we talked about it in terms of a startup period, where the staff was starting up, and a clear-up period where we were out and doing the clearing of the snow, and then a follow-up period, which is when we were addressing service requests from the public.
Okay, so the Auditor General's report talks all about, you know, taking a risk-based approach to monitoring the contracts and having your field staff go out and look. How do you glean information from 311 calls? Because there's lots of them after a storm, and there's lots of eyes in this city that can give you a good hint of where there's problems.
Yes, Councillor.
How do you get that if there's this interdiction, this period that people can't report?
So we do, as I said, the service requests of the patrollers who go out to do and address those service requests are working on the initial response as well. And so they go out sort of within the first, 1.5 days to go out and address some of those pieces unless there are significant safety issues. And so we actually do have a Tableau dashboard that we've developed in the last couple of years in transportation services to track and manage the service requests, and we can look at a heat map and we can understand where most of them are coming from, and that we do loop that back around in terms of contractor performance to be able to line that up. And I also think there's more, again, that we can do to cross-reference that with claims and really use the tool as effectively as we can to better hone the service.
Thank you. Second round, I'm sorry, Councillor Nunziata, please proceed.
Yeah, just a question. So when you say service request, are you referring to if somebody calls and complains and says, well, you didn't do this, or somebody's calling and saying, you haven't plowed my road, it's been 3 days? So, I mean,
Chair, it could be both.
Wouldn't that be a priority if we haven't even gone, if the snowplow hasn't even gone down to a street, even to do the first plowing?
Yeah, Chair, it could be both. And what 311 has done is created some codes that are escalation codes. And so we do have a priority system that would be able to distinguish between those two pieces so that we could further prioritize where we send the patrollers to.
Yeah, so it's not that if somebody calls and says, you plowed snow in my driveway, the windrows, or you haven't plowed the sidewalk, do they have to wait 3 days?
Not necessarily. It depends on the severity and the impact extent of the storm. But if it's a high priority call, and the callers, as I understand, I don't work for 311, but I will do my best. The callers try to get as much information as they can so that they can best identify what is the priority of that call. In some cases, people who have accessibility issues or need to get out, they will prioritize those calls. I know sometimes we get escalated calls. Safety-related escalated calls or council-related escalated calls, and so that is sent over as a priority one.
Okay, now when constituent contacts 311, so how is that message really comes down to staff, communicated to staff? Like, how does 311, do they relate the proper information or how does that work? Because a lot of people that call 311, they, you know, they're angry, they say something. So how's that communicated down to staff?
So Chair, the calls are taken, and as Barbara mentioned, there are scripts.
Who's
based on the
talking? Oh, there you are. Okay, sorry.
from customer experience. So there are scripts, as Barbara pointed out, based on the service request. So that information is taken by the agent from the caller. That information is recorded and then passed on to transportation in this case.
And Chair, I was at Service Excellence Committee just this last round to talk about how we are improving that service, because when that service request is created and it comes to transportation, it comes as a work order in Maximo so that we can track it. And we are aligning better the customer service response tool, Salesforce, with Maximo so that we can provide a better experience, and that will be available in 2026-27.
So is it 311 that responds to the constituent when they call back, oh, it's been resolved, it's been done, but it hasn't been done? So who communicates that to the 311?
Chair, so if the caller is calling back 311, it is 311 providing that information in terms of resolution.
So if the information is incorrect?
If the information is correct, the agent would not necessarily know that. So we are going by what is sent back to 311 through the integration with transportation.
And Chair, I would say that it has been a real pain point for the piece that you just described is how do we get better at not indicating that a service request has been closed when the customer would not see that work as being completed. And so this work that we are doing to close that loop is about getting better information from our field staff so that that is described to the 311 agent so that they can describe that back to the customer, or ideally that it would just go back to the customer directly from our field staff with photos and things to demonstrate that this was closed properly and completed work.
Because in the past, I have from some constituents, they say, well, we were told by 311 it's been done. It hasn't been done, so they call my office. It's like, well, you know, it hasn't been, they haven't been down here. So somehow there's miscommunication somewhere with the information that 311 is giving to the residents.
Yes, incomplete information, I would say.
Incomplete.
Yeah.
And that's where we run into problems.
And we are working we agree with you that that is a problem. It's been historically a problem, and we are pretty close to hopefully getting it solved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Second round of questions of staff. Councillor Fletcher.
Just to follow up on that one, wasn't one of the problems that the GPS wasn't actually accurately saying if snowplow went down a street and the GPS was on, then it was reported that it had been cleared, even though Councillor Nunziata and Councillor Bravo were saying it hadn't been cleared. Are you saying that that wasn't a problem in this last round of snow clearing?
Chair, the GPS units that we had in the previous rounds of contractors were not able to be tested to ensure that they were operational for every snow response. We do now have GPS in every unit.
No, there was GPS. The GPS was showing that. I think my question's quite clear.
Okay.
The GPS would show that a truck had been on that street, correct? Or a plow had been on that street, correct?
And if the blade was up or down, and if the salt was working or not.
Well, the GPS would show it was on that street, but the counselor standing there said it hadn't happened. That is documented over and over again by counselors. Are you agreeing that that happened or didn't happen in the snow clearing?
In this last snowstorm, Councillor?
Correct, yes.
I don't know the answer to that question. I'm gonna have Vince answer it.
So through the chair to the committee, if the council is referring to the snow events that happened in February, there were attempts made to clear the snow, but because of the amount of snow and the conditions of the snow, it was unable to successfully clear it. But the GPS would indicate that the vehicle did get to that location and travel.
So GPS showed that that truck had been there, that had been there but not cleared.
Correct.
And
So, Counselor, so the GPS can show the location, but it can't prescribe the outcome.
Correct, but the GPS showed that technically that it had been cleared. That was the city's website.
Yes.
Showed where it had been cleared. So
Yes,
we agree
the-
that that happened, correct? We agree that happened, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, we finally agree, that happened. Okay, thank you. I'm going to go back to my questions on, and I have found that, thank you very much for the joint venture. Just to go back for the, first of all, this contract ends when, 2029? Unless you give 3-year extension plus one, 2029?
Correct. The 7 years would be
And
2029.
then if there's an extension, how long is that for?
It's a 3-year extension. The
So,
potential
and
for a
what
3-year
notice has to
extension.
be given that these contracts are done?
Correct.
What is the notice period that City Council would have to give you to say, this is the end of this 2 contractors with their joint venture in the city?
The executive director of PMMD is looking for that information. I don't have it at hand, Counselor, but we can
Well, we
get it for
don't
you.
have that right at hand today. Do you happen to know, Madam Auditor? Nobody knows when we could pull the contract? But why don't you just hold my time while we find that out? Well, you just tell me what the steps are that would be to approve the 3-year extension. Is that delegated to staff, or do we have to take your delegation away today? Or is that a city council authority?
Okay.
Just want to know here.
Through the chair, typically extensions are approved as part of.
Pardon me, sorry.
Through the, typically extensions are approved as part of the overall award of contract.
Oh, okay, so technically it's delegated, the extensions are delegated, so.
Correct.
Why don't we find out what we would have to do to end these contracts?
Looking into it right now.
Chair, I believe that I have information would have to be given in notice, the notice in writing to the supplier that would specify the date when the termination became effective. Couldn't be less than 30 calendar days.
But there has to be a certain amount of time. It's less, it can't be less than 30 days because there has to be another RFP. So
Correct. So-
realistically, what is that time frame leading up to 2029 that you require? Should council take back its authority on these contracts, which I'm going to assume we're going to do, Mr. Chair, I think you're nodding. And then what are the requirements over what period of time? There's a notice period, but what do you require in order to have snow cleared by not just 2 companies?
Could I just seek some clarification on the question? Is this in relation to having the contracts end on their current term and not
Correct.
renew them and extend them?
Correct. That currently, as we've heard, the automatic delegation is left up to staff, so 29 to 31, 32, 31, plus another for 32 has automatically been delegated to staff when were brought the NRFP. So I'm asking, technically, I want all the steps. If council was to now, I'd like a motion to bring this back from delegated authority, unless that's illegal in the contract. And then what happens next after that, as far as notice and as far as negotiations or another RFP. These guys might win the other RFP because they've been busy doing it for all this period of time. But I just think we all need to know all of that information out of your report, Madam Auditor.
And Chair, I would also say that we can certainly get those timelines for the counselor. And the other question is the duration of time that it would take for us to actually prepare and issue additional contracts to cover the same service for the year.
Yes, I think that was my question, not
So
30 days.
That took us 2 years, I believe, to do,
There you go.
to do the
So it's
preparation of
2026.
of the additional contracts.
That's correct. So there's timing here that is quite critical, that I think we should all understand what it is and who has the authority to do what. And Mr. Chair, I'm going to ask you just to undertake that we make sure that we have all of that, whether it's for council, whether it's going to be at executive, I'm unclear, but I think that this is just like the pay-it contract where we really need to know very clearly who's done what we're doing. I have another question, but I'm at 6 minutes, so that was hard to get those answers. I have one more, which actually is and there may be others, I think Councillor Myers has more, but the first contract for IML that had worked as a subcontractor, 96.8 to 2029. You have DeCarlo 119, 2029, and the joint venture 381 for 2029. So I think the question that Councillor Myers asked was, would it be normal procedure for contract awarding to award a contract of a value of $381 million to a joint venture that had just been set up 2 months prior to the 2020, in September of 2021 to bid on this, and with one of the contractors only having been a subcontractor at that time. I'm just looking for city standards and what that standard should or would be, and I'm asking the Auditor General.
So through the chair, the evaluation panel would have, and through PMMD, would have set up the criteria. But what I can say is that in our NRFP report back in 2023, we did point out that there were challenges in verifying past experience, specifically for IML.
Thank you.
I'll leave that there, and I may come back again.
Of course. Councillor Crisanti, then Councillor Myers.
Thank you. I'm just going to go back to the GPS. First of all, I'll try and bundle it all in one question. Do we agree that GPS technology is not a perfect technology? And are we implementing technology to improve GPS tracking? And I just want to verify in terms of providing that winter service when it comes to ensuring that windrow is always an ongoing problem at every season, no matter what. Do we have sensors on the blades to verify that the blades are in fact being used when they're supposed to be used to relieve or remove windrow from the end of the property?
Chair, we do. The contractors do have those sensors, and they have them on the plow blades as well to determine when the blade is up or down. But as I mentioned to Councillor Fletcher, it doesn't indicate on the GPS what the quality of the service was that's been delivered, right? Whether it was completed or not in the eyes of the resident.
Well, okay, but my first part of the question was, are we implementing technology to improve GPS tracking? We have a lot of service vehicles out on the road. Potentially, we could believe we're tracking our vehicle on service on snow removal, but in fact, it could be a different vehicle. How do you distinguish one service over the next? Solid waste or whatever other service, and then the snow removal?
Through the chair, so about 70% of our fleet is equipped with GPS right now. In terms of the transportation vehicles itself, and related to the winter operations, we have the GPS really tell us where sensors as to whether the service is being provided or not. As Barbara mentioned, the concern is really around the quality. So we can definitely look at other technologies, equipping it on other service equipments, and seeing how we can validate the quality of service that's being performed.
And Councillor, each unit has a unique ID, and so we're able to tell, because we have seen waste trucks pop up occasionally, and we are able to tell which are our units and not. That's one of the requirements of the contract, is that we are able to assess the GPS for each unit, and that it has to be working at the time that the contractor goes out in the field, and so we check that and verify that.
So if there is solid waste working at the same time as a snow removal service is working, you'll know the difference between the two, and you'll know that the snow has been removed and it wasn't a GPS that was in a different vehicle.
We'll know that the plow was there, and we'll be able to identify it by a unique identifier.
Okay, that's the only clarification I needed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Myers?
Thank you, through you, Chair. So given that the city was saying roads were plowed and the councillors and residents were saying they weren't, is it possible the contractor was just driving down the street to show that they had gone and plowed the road even if they hadn't plowed it? Is that a plausibility, given that there have been so many challenges with this contractor?
So we believe that's really around a quality issue of the data that's coming in. The data does exist in the Geotab portal. We're working with our vendor to build the validation process for the contractor's performance. And that's the quality of the data that's coming in that we have concerns and challenges with, and we've been working on resolving those quality issues.
So is it possible, yes or no, that the contractor was just driving down the street to show on the GPS that they had driven down the street, but they in fact had not plowed the road?
So there's two parameters. One is, are they physically located on the road that they're traveling? Second is the sensors that are on these vehicles. So the sensors tell us whether the blade is down or up, and as well whether it's salting or not. So those are the sensors really tell us whether the service has been provided. The GPS location tells us the vehicle has gone down that road.
So when we're confirming whether the whether the vehicle has gone down the road, are we also looking to whether the proper equipment has been engaged?
Yes, confirmed.
So then how is it possible that the city staff are saying the road had been plowed and residents and councilors were saying, no, it's not? How is that possible?
So Chair, I think part of the issue is probably what is the definition of safe and passable, and this is something that we try to work to communicate as effectively as we can. But the plowing, when we go down and plow a road, depending on the conditions and how much snow there is, one pass does not necessarily clear the area. So it was the same thing that we were talking about on sidewalks this year, where the plows had been down, but they hadn't effectively cleared the area because there was multiple rounds that were needed. So that is one possibility. The expectation of what a plowed road looks like to the public is not necessarily what is the performance standard.
But the expectation should be clear now to this contractor, because it's been in the third year of this contract and we're still having the same issues and the same conversations over and over again.
I believe the standards are clear for the contractor. I think the issue is when the call comes back in from 311 saying this is not plowed, the plow may have gone down and the sensors would indicate that the plow was down and it was salted, but because of the level of the snow, or because perhaps the windrow machine had come and put snow back in, or people had moved their parked cars, the snow moves around quite a bit, it may not seem to be plowed. And so there is a lot of opportunity for misfire there.
Hang on, Councillor Myers. Madam Auditor General had a comment as well, please.
Chair, just wanted to reiterate that through our follow-up work that we found that the GPS dashboard, so that's the tool using GPS technology, we found that it's not reliable and functional to determine if the location of the vehicle. So,
sorry, does that also apply to whether the equipment was engaged?
So we also noted that the sensors don't always work. So that means there's a real reliance in terms of the field audits or the physical observation. And we also noted issues with the field audits where there's very minimal coverage. And that's why we recommended the additional risk-based samples. Right now, there's a small number of random samples. So to do risk-based would be very important, and longer road segments.
Who's responsible for the field audits?
In the Transportation Services Division.
And as part of the field audits, are they supposed to be reviewing the paperwork filled out by the contractors?
I'll direct that to management.
The field audits. So the field audits are a separate form and a separate procedure for staff to do. The 20 locations, as Madam Auditor mentioned, and we do agree and believe that longer duration on those 20 locations would be very beneficial. So that's a change that we're going to be making. The field inspectors are the ones who go out and address service requests, and then we also have the rest of our management team who will oversee to make sure that the information that comes back from the contractor is verified.
But isn't it a problem that we're 3 years in and the contractors are still not filling out the paperwork or the forms properly? Like, that's the basic. So if you can't even get the basics right in terms of verifying and completing the work properly is what was agreed in the contract, how do we expect them to improve if we're still having the same conversation?
So just to be clear, Councillor, the contractors don't fill out the forms. The city staff fill out the forms for the field audits. And I think what the Madam Auditor has indicated is that in some of the samples that they reviewed, those forms were not fully complete. And we also believe that those forms are probably too complicated and need to be simplified to have more consistent review. So that's something that we are taking back in terms of improving the field audit process.
So it's city staff that are not completing the paperwork properly, not the contractor.
That's correct. For the field audits, that's correct. We do train on that, and we just have more work to do in that area, for sure.
Thanks, Councillor. We can come back for an additional round.
Please.
Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah, just one question on the comment from the auditor that GPS is not always reliable, right? So in that case, then, just to transportation, do we not get a body out there to investigate?
Yes.
Or do we depend on, because I agree with Councillor Myers, is that a truck can just drive down the street and say, I was there, right? But at what point should we not have somebody actually there investigating, a body there, rather than depending on GPS?
So 100% agree, Councillor, and we do. We have proactive patrols. We have maintenance patrollers that are out on the street during all of our winter storms. The issue that Madam Auditor flagged on the field audits is a specific requirement in the contract that we, as city, look at 20 locations in each of the contract areas to ensure, after each storm, we select them randomly and we go out and assess them. Right now, the length of those and are not necessarily consistent, so we have some improvements to make, and then the form that our inspectors use in the field could also benefit from some improvement, so that's some work that we're going to do, as well as some additional training to have that done consistently. But I do think the GPS, which is a routine recommendation from the auditor, that we need to have our contractors on GPS so we can have some oversight over their performance. And then the question is then how do you oversee and manage that on the city staff side? And so we have some tools in place. We've created lots of standard operating procedures for a number of component pieces of our winter contracts, but there's still room for improvement, and we would agree with that.
Okay, thank you. That was my only question.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions, and then I'm quite happy to go to additional round. Two lines of questions. The first is there's been some conversation in the questions about the prospective ability of council to intervene before there is a renewal of the contract, or sorry, excuse me, an extension of the contract. Could staff before the end of the meeting determine a go, no-go date? Is that something doable today? Because it would be great to incorporate that into the motion. Okay. So my other question is, there's a few of them. In the most basic sense, do I understand the contract is a contractor ensures that a fleet of vehicles go out, drives, I think what you call a beat, which is a predetermined path.
Correct.
It comes back to the yard. And you time that, right? And so does the contractor get some reward for finishing early?
The contractor, there's a maximum operating time that is assigned to each beat.
Yes.
And so the contractor's requirement is to complete that beat within that maximum operating time. If they complete it within that time, they do not get assessed a liquidated damage. If they exceed that time, they can get assessed a liquidated damage. And if they improve on that time, then they can get a price adjustment, yes, in their favor. But that is not given without an assessment that the work has been completed properly.
Okay. Familiar with slalom ski races? There's gates.
I am indeed.
So
Not that I've done it myself.
Okay, but there's gates. Can you tell me about the GPS system? How often does the system record the gate? Like where the equipment is? I'm assuming there's a start and finish gate, but there's got to be some points in between. How fine is that mesh?
So through the chair, the GPS is recording at all times. So we have a dashboard to validate have they completed the route, and once 95% of that route is completed, the route is marked complete. If it's below 95%, staff have the ability to go into our Geotab portal where the data is stored and replay that route that the asset had completed. And they can validate it virtually through the Geotab portal. So every 5 seconds or even shorter frequency, it is being recorded. And we have live data of where the unit is and what sensors have been activated on that unit.
So you have time and place, and I think there was a desire to add to that. Maybe not.
Through the chair, our understanding is the pings, like where the location is every 10 seconds
Okay.
on the GPS. And the contract requires route completed within maximum operating time. The threshold is less than or equal to 1 kilometer. So the completion of the route has to be within 1 kilometer.
So I've seen it with my own eyes, salt trucks flying down the street. And I mean, they're booking it. And so the thing, I'm sure the salt is coming out, but that truck is moving. Look, I can't tell you that it was speeding, but it was surprising. Do we ever check between the 10-second intervals to see if the truck has moved implausibly fast between 2 points?
Counselor, before I answer that question, can I please go back and just be very clear about the maximum operating time, because I didn't get it exactly right.
Sure.
So the contractors get paid if they make that maximum operating time. The incentive is for them to complete their beat within the maximum operating time. They don't have, there's no incentive for finishing early, so I was incorrect when I said that. There is an incentive program that after 10 successful events where they have completed the work within, and beaten that maximum operating time, then they would be eligible for an incentive. So just want to be clear about that.
Fair enough. And so,
And I also think in this current question about, is it possible? It's absolutely possible, because one thing that we can do is we can train, and the contractors can train their drivers, but the drivers, there's a number of drivers, as you can imagine, that are deployed. And so these are pieces when we find out about them, and that's why we're always looking for specific information so we can go back to the contractor about the drivers.
So humans are humans, and on days when I don't feel like it and I'm shoveling my driveway, I don't do the greatest job, right? I don't get the shovel right down to the bottom, not down to bare pavement. And so if somebody wanted to finish a path or a street faster, they wouldn't put the blade all the way down, or they would kind of do it quick and messy. Is there a way to try and detect that so that, because you can't have eyes everywhere, is there a way to try to detect that with the math? So the blade may be down, but that plow is moving at an unusual speed, and therefore it might not have done a really nice job to scrape it low.
So through the chair, so the GPS devices do record how long it's taking each particular equipment to finish their beat. And we can record that information and look at the data to say, okay, this beat should take normally 4 hours, and they're finishing it in 2. So we actually have the ability to look at that data, assess it, to determine if in fact the equipment is driving too quickly or too slowly in some cases. So we are able to look at that real-time data to make that determination and have that conversation with the contractor.
I know I'm over time, but if the equipment moves really slowly in front of Tim Hortons, do we care? As long as they, I'm being a little tongue-in-cheek,
No,
but they're human.
I understand.
These are human operators,
Yes.
right? They might have to go get a coffee, but as long as they finish in time, we don't care.
Yes, the GPS data does record stoppage times, break times, and we can determine based on those times if they're excessive or if they're acceptable.
Thank you. I'm over time. Additional round for anybody? Councilor Myers, please go ahead.
So I guess I want to go back a step. So there are still 8 audit recommendations outstanding from October 2020. Why haven't they been completed if it's 5 years later now? And I guess as a follow-up, what's the process for staff to say an audit item has been completed, and then the auditor, because then the Auditor General said, actually, no, it wasn't completed. So what's your verification process for saying that something's been completed?
That is a great question, Councillor. I'm looking for, I think a number of the 8 are related to the dashboard, but I'm waiting to get some information on the 8 recommendations that were not fully implemented. And the other part of your question, I'm sorry, could you just repeat it again?
What's your
The verification process.
for
Yes. So we-
verifying that you've completed Auditor General recommendations because the Auditor General said, actually, no, you hadn't?
Yes, so I would say that, so we do have a process to provide information back through the teammate practice to determine if it's a partially or fully implemented recommendation. I have a compliance unit within Transportation Services that does manage that process, and through this audit, one of our points of improvement is to ensure that there is further analysis done to determine if those recommendations are fully or partially implemented. We have done a substantial amount of work on those 9 recommendations, but after working with the auditor and getting their response on this report, I would say we probably would have included those as partially implemented because there's still more work to do, but we have done a substantive amount of work since 2020.
So in the future, before you submit a report saying you've completed your Auditor General recommendations, what additional steps will you be taking to make sure there's no longer this discrepancy between completed and partially completed?
So I think we
Hang
do
on,
now.
Hang on the answer, if Madam Auditor wanted to.
Sorry,
add-
I'm only looking this way, sorry.
no.
Just jump in.
Yeah, sorry. So in terms of the 9 outstanding recommendations, they relate mainly to the main categories in our follow-up report that we outlined. So they're mainly around the 2 main tools that are used to measure and monitor contractor performance. So the GPS technology, the GPS dashboard, and then the field audits. And then we noted a few other areas as well in terms of continuous improvement. But those are the 2 big ones that remain outstanding within those 9 recommendations from our previous reports.
So do you, as AG, have any recommendations on best practices that departments should be using to confirm that they've actually completed your recommendations prior to actually publicly stating they've completed these recommendations?
Yeah, so our regular process is that we now have the city's internal audit is taking a more proactive leadership role in terms of our follow-up process, which is much appreciated. So they help to support divisions to help them understand what fully implemented might mean in terms of meeting the intent of the recommendation. And so we have noticed for other reports that has been very helpful overall in our consolidated follow-up. There were just a few reports, and this is one of them, where there was a large difference in terms of what we assessed as fully implemented and what management reported as fully implemented.
Thank you. And okay. Thank you. And I guess my final question back to staff, should residents expect any significant improvements in the snow clearance this winter season?
Chair, and perhaps I'll mention that, is that at executive next week, part of the review of the 2025 February response, there will be some recommendations coming out of that, which will be, to your point, driven towards improvements for the snow season starting in 2025 and into 2026. So the answer is yes, we're seized with that. Some of the specifics will happen through the report that is coming to executive next week.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there additional? Councillor Fletcher.
I just want to understand clearly, number 1, the process for the NRFP is it's written by the division, correct? Yes?
Through the chair, it's a joint effort. The division is responsible for the specifications.
Yeah, all the specifications are written by the division. Then it's let by PPMD, correct?
Correct.
It's evaluated technically by the division, correct?
Correct.
And then it is awarded, sorry, yes?
Correct. It is client evaluated, but there is other participation such as legal, and PMMD does supervise all evaluations.
Yes, you're supervising. Are you technically proficient in snow clearing?
PMMD is not
Thank you.
proficient.
So your role is not technical in an RFP. It is at the division level for the evaluation that it meets the technical criteria, correct?
It would be at the division and anybody else who might have that technical expertise.
That's fine. Who else was on there that had technical expertise, please, for the evaluation, besides the division?
I would have to look back at my
contract.
notes.
Well, somebody from the division knows. Who else? Other outside experts? or
Yes,
just the
there was an outside expert through HDR, the firm HDR.
HDR? Pardon?
Yes.
The auditor is questioning that.
Yes? Yes.
Chair, the
Sorry, the auditor has something to say. I'd like to hear from the auditor. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, I don't believe that the consultant was on the evaluation panel, or perhaps I misunderstood.
Sorry, they provided a report on the,
So were they on the evaluation panel, yes or no?
panel was comprised of transportation services staff, PMMD as a fairness monitor and participant, and legal services, is
Thank
my
you.
understanding.
But this other organization was not on the evaluation panel.
They were not on the panel,
technical
Counselor,
evaluation
that's
was
correct.
done through the division.
Correct.
Transportation. Thank you. That took me 2 minutes. So the other one really is just standard practice. First of all, to clarify, this contract is up in 2029, currently delegated. City Council would have to take back that delegated authority, Mr. Chair, whether it's at this committee or at council. And there's certain notice provisions, et cetera, that would have to be met. And we should understand all of those today, what they are. I'd like that to be clarified, whether it's a motion or however we have to do that. Secondly, at the end of the day, if this went to 2031, this is a $900 million contract, correct? Or thereabouts?
Through the chair, for the 7-year period, it is
No, for the full years.
For the full years, it is approximately $1.5 billion.
Or 1.5 billion, but I'm talking about, that's with MCON and Maple Creek. Those are two that I'm not really talking about. I think we're talking about the Maple Creek.
That is correct. For the 1.5
the-
billion includes Maple Creek and AMCOM.
If they're not there, it's 900 million to a firm that was a subcontractor. I'm still not aware of how they became a contractor and could show that at the performance side, and I think I'm going to have to find that out with the motion. And then is it best practice to set up a joint venture? I'm going to ask the auditor that and also the city manager. Best practice to set up a joint venture for a contract that would actually be in its lifetime $570 million with two firms who were also bidding on a contract, one of whom was only ever a subcontractor. Would you consider that best practice for the City of Toronto?
So through the chair, you would want to have significant experience for that type of contract and dollar amount.
And so the contractor who had not worked for the city directly is in at 143 million over that period, but now they're part of the joint venture, which is at $570 million for the life of the contract. So that would be a weakness in accepting that. And have you seen the technical scores there that would tell you that they had been clear that they had been a city contractor? Because I think they said they were a city contractor. Do we accept a subcontractor as saying they're a city contractor on an RFP? I think that's my question. Is that best practice?
So I believe that's a question for Genevieve, but just to highlight again that through the chair, in our NRFP report, that we did comment around the
Yes.
challenges in verifying.
I
past
understand. I'm asking for best practice in procurement for a firm to say they have worked for the city as one of the requirements to be qualified when they were a subcontractor for another firm. Is that best procurement practice for the City of Toronto?
So through the chair, or through the chair, even subcontractors are held to the same standard as a contractor would be. Again, depending on the type of contract, there will be different relationships between the sub and the party holding the contract. In this type of contract, the city would have had a lot more interaction with the subcontractor, and again, would have the same expectation as a contractor.
No, the contractor was never directly managed by the city, correct or not correct?
The JV contract, you mean?
No.
Sorry.
IML.
They would have been as a subcontractor, we would have been managing the subcontract, but they would have been held to the same standard.
Sorry, you're managing the subcontractor or is the contractor man? Let's be clear who manages what here. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry.
Ready on that?
So the city would manage the contractor, but there would be interactions between the city and the subcontractor as well. And expectations that they complete the work to the same level as the contractor.
The subcontractor works for the contractor, not the city, correct?
Correct.
So I'm having trouble here.
I'm listening.
Subcontractor works for the contractor, not the city. So when you're saying I've worked for the city, there's an obligation for the contractor to manage the subs. Are you telling me Metrolinx manages all of the subcontractors on their jobs, or they manage the contractor? Does the TTC manage the contractor or the subcontractors when they're doing track work?
This is where there's a bit of a nuance depending on the type of contract and the service provided. In construction contracts, it is a different model. When we're talking about service contracts, again, because the expectation is the work being provided by the subcontractor is equal to what is being provided by the contractor. Again, there would be...
Who's managing the subcontractor?
It would still be the contractor.
Contractor manages the subcontractor.
Correct.
No matter what type of work, that's the relationship.
Correct.
Correct?
Yes.
So somebody who's been a subcontractor technically has not worked directly for the city. Am I wrong or right? Somebody tell me. Would you like to tell me? I mean, these are technical questions.
From a legal perspective, from the agreement perspective, the contract is with the contractor, not with the subcontractor.
Can we get that clear from legal? That is procurement, it's with the contractor.
Yes, that's correct.
And if there's a screw up by a subcontractor, it's the fault of the contractor, correct?
So
The
again,
city goes for damages from who? The subcontractor or the contractor?
in the contract, the contractor is required to maintain all obligations and to ensure that the subcontractor maintains all obligations to the city.
Thank you. Is there somewhere in the legal agreement that says that the city also manages the subcontractor?
I haven't reviewed these ones in detail, but I'd be surprised that any of the contracts the city enters into would have such terms.
So legally, if you're saying you've worked for the city, one would assume you've had a contract with the city. Would that be a far stretch to say it like that?
So
if you're bidding on a contract with the city and you're asked if you've had a long experience as a contractor with the city, your expectation would be that they have been a contractor with the city, with the obligations that are clear for a contractor?
I would give a very lawyerly answer on that. I think it depends on the way that was described. Performing work for the city.
Okay, well, we're going to see everything because I'm asking for every
city.
document. Thank you, I'm done.
Additional questions?
Just want to clarify one thing here.
Councillor Crisanti, please go ahead.
You know, I didn't want to do this, but so the subcontractor reports to the contractor reports to the city. That's the chain of command, so to speak. However, it's before a contractor can hire a subcontractor, does the city insist that they follow certain policies and regulations that are city directed to ensure that the subcontractor follows certain rules, the same as the contractor would?
Yes, that's correct.
So that is correct. That must happen. And if they don't, they answer to the contractor, but indirectly to us as well.
So in most cases, the city would then engage with the contractor to ensure compliance with the obligations in the contract and not with the subcontractor. The contractor would then deal with the subcontractor's performance.
In every case, they deal with the subcontractor. In every case. And even in legal matters.
So the city doesn't have an agreement with the subcontractors, so we would not have the legal mechanism directly with them.
All right, that just wanted to clear that. Thank you, Chair.
May I add a point of clarification?
Go ahead.
For these RFPs, there was no requirement for them to have city experience. Again, this is just a point of clarity on when we evaluated the experience. It was general experience as part of winter maintenance, not with the city proper. Just, again, point of clarification.
Thank you. Are there additional questions? Councillor Myers.
Sorry, that just prompted a question. So if we're awarding a contract of this size, wouldn't you want the contractor to have direct experience with the city and not general experience with the city? Because that could mean anything.
So it was winter maintenance experience that they required of similar size. We cannot limit experience to just within our own entity because that's prohibitive and that's against trade agreements.
So for example, Councillor, they may have provided every aspect of winter service for a different city in Ontario or many different cities in Ontario. So they had the technical expertise even if it wasn't fully done within the city of Toronto.
Madam Auditor?
Did they have that experience?
Hang on, Councillor.
Through the chair, I just wanted to add that the experience that IML gave for their references was the 3 Defina contracts. So when they were subcontractor for Defina, so all the three references were as a subcontractor for Defina.
So
which
they've
had the
never
city
had
experience.
direct experience as the main contractor for a city. Is that correct? They've never had direct experience as the main contractor for a city.
That's my understanding. Or sorry, Ina, if you want to add.
Through the chair, the evaluation team can only evaluate based on what's submitted in their proposal. And their proposal was for included the 3 examples, which are the 3 Defina contracts that they were subcontracted to.
So we don't know if they've ever directly worked for a municipality in Ontario.
I'd have to refer that to management.
Never directly work for the city.
But as Ina pointed out through the chair, the evaluation panel can only evaluate based on what is in their proposal. And so it was the city experience as a subcontractor that was evaluated.
So I'm going to ask the city manager, is that normal to give a city contract of this size to a company that by its own admission has only ever been a subcontractor? And no city, as far as we can tell in Ontario, has ever directly overseen their performance.
So Chair, so on the second point, I don't think we can definitively say that. As the Auditor General has pointed out, it's what was submitted. So we didn't go back and ask, were there other cities?
Why wouldn't we go back and ask if they're only putting experience as a subcontractor?
So Chair, we are looking further into how this whole piece went. Generally speaking, you would want to satisfy yourself that whatever you're looking at procuring, that party has the relevant skills and abilities through demonstrated references or demonstrated experience to deliver the service at hand. That's the best practice you would see. To ask the question, has this ever happened at contracts of that size? I don't know. But in general, what you would want to do is to be satisfied that entity is able to provide the services as laid out, and the experience that they provide satisfies you that they actually have the demonstrated experiences to do that. And in this case, as mentioned, they provided what they provided.
So that didn't set alarm bells off that they had never been the main contractor for a city?
So Chair, I can't answer that. I wasn't part of the review. I wasn't even here at the time that this was.
Someone who was part of the review answer that, please.
Through the chair, in the bid, they indicated that they were a subcontractor to a contractor in a previous City of Toronto winter maintenance program. They would also have to include other experiences providing winter maintenance services, whether it was in the City of Toronto or outside of the City of Toronto. So they would have to include winter experience in other jurisdictions.
So it didn't seem off that they had never worked directly with the city Meanwhile, we had 47 other contractors who had directly worked with the city for years. I'm sorry, I'm not following this as to why we would award such a large contract to someone who has admittedly does not have the experience, and other companies, there are 47 of them, have had this experience directly with the city.
So through the chair, again, every contractor, every bidder had to provide a description of their level of experience providing winter services and had to align with the technical requirements that were included in the request for proposal. And we use those technical specifications in evaluating each bid. Now, with respect to the 47 contractors that you referred to, Councillor, not every one of those contractors participated in the request for proposal. In fact, many did not.
Okay. So the technical perspective, the technical aspect of the contract never required someone to actually be a contractor with the city, any city. It was just to have experience working in the city.
They had to have the experience that to meet the technical criteria of being able to clear snow in all the contract areas. So they had to have experience clearing sidewalks, doing windrows, doing local roads. And what Vince described appropriately was the previous set of contracts, the 47 contracts. Each contractor did a smaller, they only did sidewalks or they only did local roads, right? So whether they only put their City of Toronto subcontractor experience on the NRFP, to Ina's point, that's all we can evaluate because that's what was on the NRFP. They did have to meet technical criteria that would have, they wouldn't have met the technical criteria if they didn't have any demonstrated ability to clear snow.
But we had never had direct oversight of this company because they were always a subcontractor. So we didn't know how well they were performing when they had those previous subcontracts.
I believe that each of the joint venture partners had been subcontractors for the city or contractors for the city. And in addition, yes, I'll just.
That is correct. A&F DeCarlo was in fact a direct contractor with the city on a previous contract providing winter services on arterial roads and arterial road sidewalks. And as been mentioned here before, IML had been a subcontractor to a contractor referred to as Defina for a specific area, providing a specific service in Scarborough.
Okay, so just for my clarification, we had never had direct oversight of the subcontractor, so we didn't know their performance directly because they were always a subcontractor. Correct.
So as has been explained here, the relationship is between the contractor and with the city.
So the answer is correct. We never had a direct relationship with the subcontractor, so we didn't know their performance. And as far as we can tell, they've never worked with any other city in Toronto, in Ontario.
If I may, we again can only evaluate what's been provided within the proposals, and that's based on procurement rules. We also did not require any of the suppliers to have previous experience with the City of Toronto proper. Again, that's a limitation that's not allowed based on the value of this contract and trade agreements. So it was based on the evaluation of the experience, as Vince said, within the scope of work that we are doing. I can say that the evaluation criteria, again, also included that suppliers should have previously delivered at least 60% of the total value of all contract areas where they're responding to. So that would have been something that they were being evaluated against as well. So that is to prove the scope and size that they had previously done.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions? Councillor Fletcher.
So just based on that, they were given a contract of $96 million for the 7 years. Would that be 60% of, would that meet the criteria that you've just stated?
Through the chair.
Do you understand what you've just said, that they have to show that they could meet the criteria of covering off 60% of the area that they had previously handled. And so I'm wondering if that contract, 96 million, would be equivalent to 60% of that area.
Through the chair, our 2023 report indicates that for each of the two NRFPs, they were the 60% criteria was evaluated separately and not together. And so if you added up all of the contracts according to NRFP 1 and NRFP 2, it would exceed the total contracts would not meet that 60% criteria. It's because the NRFP 1 was evaluated separately and what they bid under NRFP 1, and then as a joint venture evaluated separately rather than cumulatively.
Thank you, but the joint venture was the same two companies, correct?
ANF DeCarlo and IML.
Yes, correct. So I'm just asking the Chief Procurement Officer, does that correct what you've said, that the 60%, what you've told us here, that 60% appears not to have been
So it would have been correct per the RFP, for the individual RFPs.
But the total, because once you came back for the joint venture, then that shifted. That's what I'm understanding from Ms. Chan. Is that correct?
So as the
From Ms. Chan?
Yes, that would be
I'm asking Ms. Chan. So that isn't the case. Maybe for one, but once you create the joint venture, now you don't have the 60% threshold. Is that correct?
Because they were evaluated separately under each of the NRFP, they met the rules for the specific NRFP evaluation. But if you considered them as a whole, because it wasn't originally planned to have two RFPs, if you had considered them as a whole across all the contract areas covered by the two NRFPs, they wouldn't.
They wouldn't have met that. So that's a bit of a gray area. And then I understand that actually IML had changed their name, and they had been a company called Municipal Maintenance, and they had had a direct contract with the city. Is there a reason why they didn't indicate that in their bid? Can I ask the auditor?
Through the chair, we can't speculate on that, but yes, they were formerly Municipal Maintenance. I believe they had 2 contracts with the city. So I don't know why they wouldn't have put that in their
Would that not be required if you'd had a direct? So what we have is a situation where a company bid as a subcontractor and didn't indicate that they'd actually been a contractor with the city on their bid. Is that not an odd situation for bidding?
So through the chair, as the Chief Procurement Officer stated, the evaluation panel can only evaluate based on what's in the proposal received.
So let's talk about the proposal received, since it wasn't correct. What happens when you don't have a correct bid? Or what happens when the bid isn't correct? Somebody hasn't properly bid. What are the, I'll just ask legal, how serious is that?
My apologies. Could you repeat the question?
On the bid, the bidder bid saying their experience with the city was as a subcontractor, yet their previous name, same company, different name, had had 2 contracts with the city. How serious is it to misinform the city on your bid when you're asked if you've had experience working for the city? That was directly contracted, not a subcontract. Just from a legal point of view.
So again, I don't know, I can assess the magnitude of the risk without a thorough look.
No, it's not the risk,
Obviously,
it's the
there are
bid.
procurement requirements to follow, and there would be consequences in terms of the procurement process if they weren't met. And again, I don't have a detailed review of this particular piece, and I don't want to speculate.
We'll get to that probably at council. And who on transportation services staff, since you knew about IML and knew they were part of Delfina, somebody had to know that they'd also been municipal maintenance prior to changing their name to IML.
Through the chair, for clarity around municipal maintenance, my understanding it's affiliated persons. So a legal entity is, you know, you're operating under one name or another name. They may be different legal entities with the same affiliated persons. And so I just want to make that clarification. And then from an evaluation perspective.
I don't understand that answer. Was it the former name or not? Legally?
I don't.
Sorry, here's the auditor.
Yeah, so through the chair, just to clarify, so perhaps I misspoke then. So it was affiliated persons from that previous company, so it would be a different legal entity.
Different legal entity, same people setting up a new firm. So they didn't actually have direct contract experience. Okay, that's fine. But there was no direct contractor by the, I got it. Okay.
And then through the chair, the evaluation panel can only evaluate based on what's submitted.
No, I understand
So-
that. But if you don't submit something properly, then
if
that's
they-
also ours to look at here.
But
That's my
it's,
point.
the contractors can choose which examples that they provide for the city to evaluate. And so
Got it.
the contractor chose to provide those 3 examples.
The contractor chose to provide examples where they were a subcontractor, not directly managed by the city. Correct?
Correct.
Are we agreed on that?
Correct.
Yes, thank you.
Further questions? Councillor Nunziata.
On that point, just one last question. So who is responsible for any of the information that is submitted, it is correct or incorrect? Do we not check that out, or we just take their word on the information they're giving us?
Through the chair.
Because there could be a lot of incorrect information given to us, and we just go by what they told us?
So certain information is validated, other information is rated through the evaluation as part of the proposal. If we're talking about references, reference checks are completed. Now, again, we can only evaluate what's within the proposal. We would not be aware of what's outside that scope.
So you do evaluate, and you go back and check to see if their information is correct, and in fact, their
For the references.
performance.
Correct. Yep.
Okay, that was their.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Myers.
Just one quick request. In a supplemental report coming to council on the item, can we please have some sort of performance evaluation of municipal maintenance? Like how well did they do as a direct contractor for the city? Could we get that information in time for council?
We would have to look into it to see what records we do have. And I just have to work with transportation on that. So
Thank you.
can't confirm or deny.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, members wishing to speak. I know there's a couple motions coming. I'm happy to go first while we get the last one ready. Mine are simple. We are ready? Councillor Fletcher, you want to go first, or you want me?
Yeah, but I don't want to have yours. I want to go back to council.
It's fine. Okay, so I have two motions that I'll ask the clerk to put on the board. I don't know what order they'll come up, but the first motion essentially asks Transportation Services to check with members of council because we have some insights into the feedback from citizens during a snow event, because they call us. And there is a period at which they have difficulty placing requests through 311 because there's a gap. Blackout period, I think, is the name that we're no longer using. And I think that should also come back to us so that we understand the risk profile of each of the wards that we're proud to represent. The second motion has to do with my questions around driving too fast. And if anyone is familiar with the way that the OPP sometimes catches speeders, they have a plane and they have some marks in the road, and I guess they have binoculars, and they stopwatch a car going between 2 points. Simple math, you can figure out the way that the speed of the car. Pretty tough to argue that in court. So one of the things that I observed and heard from citizens during this past event were vehicles that moved really fast down the streets. And because of that, they didn't do the greatest job. Now, whether the blade was kind of down or partly down, or they went down the center and they didn't catch all of the road, there's a qualitative component to making the pass. And since we have all of this data, which I heard is at like 10-second intervals, I suspect if we wanted to look, we could get some pretty impressive information back about how quick plows are moving. Now, I don't want to penalize somebody for working really quickly and efficiently. That's not the point of this. But if something is implausible, it's at least a sign that we should go look. And that information is there for the taking. It's like a gold mine. It's like mining gold. And so that's the purpose of my two motions, is a couple of ideas on how we can gain insights, we as the city, and those that manage the contract. And then moreover, I really just a general thank you to everyone involved in this, Madam Auditor General, Transportation Services team. Winter maintenance is tremendously important in the city. We all experienced it this past winter, February, difficult to move about. These are services that citizens rely on. And I know this was a particularly difficult winter. And we all have our criticisms of it, and hence many rounds of questions at this table. And so the report tells us a couple of things, that there's technology out there that isn't quite fully in place. And I hear encouraging things, and this report adds some encouragement to get that done. That's the groundwork used for managing contracts. But the more important one was just about the human eyes. I was tempted to use the words artificial intelligence, looking at the data and the position of the vehicles and so on, but we don't need that. We don't need artificial. We just need humans to go out and lay eyes on the streets and figure out what needs to be done. I'm not saying it's not done. In fact, I've met some of the people in the work that I do. They do a wonderful job, but they have some limited ability. And this report talks about that there was some very small samples done to try to determine performance. I think many of the members of the public, and at least me as a councillor, would like to see that as a wider scope. And, do you randomly drive around and look at stuff? I don't think so. I mean, I think you use the information that you have as a cue of where you need to go take a peek of where there's issues. And, councillors can be a good source of that. Citizens, reporting through 3011, the GPS system, history, observations from the past, they all give you clues and ideas. And so I hope to see a better process just built on a few of those foundation blocks, but my gratitude is everybody that's been involved in this, because it is truly important. So I hope you'll support those motions, and I will ask if there's other members wishing to speak. I'm sure Councillor Fletcher has something to ask. Okay. So Councillor Myers, if you please, that would be great, sir.
So I first want to just thank Madam Auditor General and her staff. If you have ever had a moment to show your value, it would be during this audit. I thought a lot of the recommendations you made were very common sense, and they were very practical, and I am definitely going to be following up on this. As some of you know, my ward was the first ward to experience significant problems with the snow contracts back in 2020, late 2022, early 2023. And a lot of these concerns that I brought up in this report, roads not getting plowed, et cetera, were not dismissed, but they were seen as outliers, whereas I think now we're all on the same page that this is a more systemic issue that needs to be dealt with. I also have significant concerns with these contracts, and not anything that city staff did per se, but how they were awarded, how they were scored, just based on the questions that we were all asking, sort of the concerns we were all asking. And I would like to see a further analysis done into how these contracts were awarded, how the criteria was developed in order to determine what we would score as qualifying factors, et cetera, because I think a lot of Torontonians watching this debate, or even just having experienced the snow clearing these past couple winters, have a lot of concerns, and rightly so, as to the level of service being provided by these contractors. And it's particularly concerning that this contract is going for another 4 years potentially. So I have a lot of concerns as a councillor, and I would really appreciate working with my colleagues on the Audit Committee and on council, and the staff, of course, to get these questions rectified. Thank you.
Thank you. Other members wishing to speak? Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, and I do have a motion the clerks have. Basically, looking for the documents to show the detailed review of scoring and evaluation of the NRFP for winter maintenance contracted services, the technical requirements that staff used in the NRFP, and documents related to how the vendors scored. You all know that this is something that I've been talking about every time we've had this here. And today, still concerned about that, particularly as we find out that this was a subcontractor, not a contractor, and legal being clear that the relationship for your work and performance is actually with the contractor, not the subcontractor. I think that that is a protocol, unless there's someone can tell me otherwise, that that's how the city works, that we somehow oversee subs rather than oversee the contractor or the general contractor. And while I understand that construction might be different, at the same time, the legal document is with the contractor, it's not with the subcontractor. So I think that's pretty standard, and I would have to be convinced otherwise, and I'm a little disappointed that it isn't clearly a standard when you're bidding on something. And it wouldn't be so difficult if the technical standard required that you had been a contractor with the city, and there's many who had been contractors with the city that didn't meet the technical standards. So I want to dig into the technical standards. I don't know if the auditor has done that, or if the city manager has done that with the technical standards, but going back, this is not the first time this has been in front of this committee. This is not the first time this has been in front of a council committee. There have been so many different reports, starting with the fact that somehow we have bidders that are two bidders and then combined to be one more bidder for a vast majority of the city outside of the Don Valley Parkway that essentially exceed the 60%, although technically correct, might not really be fair. So I don't know who was overseeing this from a fairness point of view. I want to point out that this was during COVID, and we are still digging into all of the types of contracts in COVID, where we're all sitting behind a camera, where staff are all sitting at their desks at home, making decisions, and it's a very poor decision-making model for $900 million worth of work for the City of Toronto. That affects every single one of our residents. I think Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Bravo, myself, others were told, yes, that's plowed, it's plowed. We would not be in this state of angst and trust if somehow somebody said, yep, we're going to check, but insisting with councillors that those streets had been done when they clearly weren't done. There was no first pass on a street. There was no pass on a street. That is, I would say, bordering on insulting, because we are there all of the time. The other thing is for when these contracts are ending. I don't want to move that right today. I know Councillor, our chair, would like to do something. I'd like to be very clear on the pathway. I don't believe that their delegated authority should be maintained for these contracts. We need to remove that and take it back. And then we need to determine all of the timelines if this is going to be rebid. And for all we know, there'll be such great work between now and 2029 that these firms will once again win, or there'll be more of a diverse number of contractors doing snow. But that would be my intention, and I'm signaling that here today, Mr. Chair, so we don't do something quickly that isn't really clear. And that's all I have to say. Thank you to the auditor for continually bringing this forward, because there is more to look at here than meets the eye. There always has been. I understand the city manager's report will go live sometime later today. This will be a discussion at executive. I think the conversations we've had here today are very helpful as a prelude to executive and to council, because we were able to really dig in. And I thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing us the time to really get to the bottom of a number of matters. And with that, I'll move those motions, and thank you and the auditor for great work.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Anyone else wishing to comment? Seeing none, we have, I'm sorry, pardon me, Councillor Nunziata, please.
Yeah, thank you, and I will be supporting these motions that we have before us, and thank you to the auditor. You know, when we talk about GPS and that, and 311 saying these, it's been completed, the road has been plowed, and that which we know hasn't. I think we have to go back to basics again. Like, staff should be driving around, investigating and seeing in fact if the roads have been properly cleared and that. I mean, I think that's our responsibility too. And I like to go back to that. We used to do that years ago. And, you know, we have to continue doing that because we don't know. And then we keep getting these calls from our constituents and, you know, they're calling 311, they're getting frustrated. And, you know, let's just try to, you know, in the future do that. And I don't know what's wrong with having our staff in our districts drive around in the wards and see, in fact, has the work been done, hasn't been done, and report it. I mean, just visually, we need bodies on the street, not just monitoring it on the screen. So those are my comments, and thank you to the auditor, and thank you to staff for answering these questions today. And that's it for me, and I will be supporting the motions that we have before us.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Crisanti.
Yes, thank you. I wasn't going to speak, but I just want to pick up on what Councillor Nunziata just said. The point about going back to basics. All the technology in the world is not going to replace the human inspection, the human eye. So I agree, there's got to be more supervision firsthand by our own people, supervisors going around on a regular basis, understanding exactly firsthand on site what's happening during a winter season. Taxpayers deserve, this is a core service, and taxpayers deserve a level of service. They deserve to feel confident that during a winter season, particularly seniors, they can, you know, they can be mobile, they can get their kids to school, they can walk safely to a bus stop, and not be hindered by, you know, unfinished business, so to speak, that plows are not clearing roads properly or sidewalks properly. So, yeah, we can't have a repeat of what happened last year. In the 15 years roughly that I've been here, I've seen that every year there seems to be a challenge. And we seem to be addressing this. It's every single year. And some years are worse and some years are better. Of course, no one can predict Mother Nature. And, but we, and I believe if we, you know, factor in the human factor and go back to those basics that Councillor Nunziata mentioned, I think we are going to do a far better, provide a far better service to the taxpayers who expect and deserve a better service than what they've been currently getting. So I too want to thank staff and everyone for bringing this thing forward. I will support the motions that are going to be presented to us here in a moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any final comments? Seeing none, there are 3 amendments. We'll take a vote. On the first amendment, all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. On the second amendment, all those in favor? See if we can get that on the screen. Any opposed? That carries. And on the third amendment, all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. And on the item as amended, all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. We will go to our next item, which is the audit, AU 9.7, the audit of transportation services, improving utility cut permit and inspection processes. I see we have 25 minutes before the lunch break, so I think we can get through these presentations. We'll just take a moment to allow the changeover and Madam Auditor to, and her team to go to the podium.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So this presentation is on the results of our audit of Transportation Services utility cut permit and inspection processes. Here with me today are Ariane Chan, Assistant Auditor General, and Rashir Patel, Senior Audit Manager, and team members Cindy Lee, Nizam Chowdhury, and Vivian Chen. Thank you to my team for their excellent work on this audit. Thank you as well to management and staff. Barbara Gray and her team at Transportation Services, particularly Antonia Marcos, Zach Brown, and Dan Malizia. Thank you for your cooperation and assistance during this audit. So during this presentation, we'll start with some background and discuss why this audit matters. Then we'll cover our audit objectives, key audit findings and recommendations, and closing remarks. So a utility cut refers to excavating a portion of the public right-of-way, for example, pavement, sidewalks, or boulevards, to provide access to underground utilities, such as water mains, power lines, and telecommunications infrastructure. Next slide. The utility cut process starts when a utility company submits an application to the Utility Management Unit of Transportation Services. Once the application has been approved, the utility company will schedule and coordinate work with the city. And where possible, permanent restorations are completed simultaneously with utility work, but typically utility cuts are temporarily repaired to provide immediate access to traffic and pedestrians and permanently restored later. Just to note, if a utility company's permit expires before they can complete permanent restoration, they're required to submit a new application. All utility cuts, except those made on grass boulevards, are subject to a standard 2-year warranty period. Warranty inspections help ensure road cuts are properly restored and defects are fixed at the utility company's expense. As you can see from the pie chart on the right of this slide, there are 3 types of utility cut permits. Short stream permits account for 83% and cover smaller scope maintenance and repair work, such as replacement of covers for underground structures or manholes. Emergency permits account for 12% and are for urgent work needed to address failures or damage to existing infrastructure, which may pose a danger to the public, disrupt essential services, or damage other utilities. And full stream permits account for the remaining 5% and apply to large-scale construction activities involving new infrastructure or significant alterations to existing infrastructure. Before 2018, Transportation Services was responsible for permanently restoring roads and sidewalks after utility companies completed their work. Since 2018, Transportation Services does not perform utility cut repair work, but is responsible for overseeing and inspecting utility companies' repairs to ensure they meet city standards and regulations. This audit is important because utility cuts can lead to traffic disruptions and construction-related dust and noise complaints, and improper utility cut restoration can also deteriorate city roads and sidewalks or result in road hazards such as potholes or uneven surfaces, increasing the safety risk for drivers, cyclists, and pedestrians. As a result, it's important for the city to effectively manage the utility cut process. The objective of this audit was to assess the efficiency of Transportation Services utility cut permitting process and the effectiveness of the oversight of the utility cut repair work. In assessing this objective, our audit aimed to answer: 1, does Transportation Services meet the established service levels for timeliness of processing permit applications? 2, are inspections of utility cut repairs and warranties effective in holding utility companies accountable for meeting the city standards and regulations? And finally, does Transportation Services have an effective cost recovery mechanism? We've grouped our key audit findings and recommendations into the 4 categories shown on this slide, and I'll now pass it over to Ariane Chan to discuss the first category.
Thank you, Madam Auditor General. With regards to permit application processing, it's not on yet. Okay, sorry. With regards to permit application processing time, our audit found that transportation services does not consistently meet established service levels, as shown in the table on this slide. And based on our sample of 75 permits issued between 2022 and 2024, application processing time exceeded internal targets between 42% and 90% of the time. The road allowance control system used to manage permit applications is unable to track essential milestones in the permit process. As a result, there is no end-to-end tracking of application processing time, making it difficult for staff to monitor timeliness against its targets or to identify causes for delays. Based on our case-by-case review, delays were generally due to incomplete applications, resulting in the permit team having to go back and forth with utility companies to follow up on missing documents or to correct applications information. We also noted that Toronto Water independently issues its own permit and also conducts inspections. So transportation services cannot verify if restorations work by Toronto Water meets city standards or is completed on time. Our audit scope did not include auditing the Toronto Water. In addition to utility cut permit, all utility work also requires a road disruption activity reporting system approval, also known as RODARS approvals. These RODARS approvals help the division manage road closures and traffic disruptions caused by work affecting the roadway, such as utility cut work. Within the division, the utility management unit is responsible for utility cut permit applications, while the work zone construction coordination unit is responsible for RODARS applications. Better coordination is needed between these 2 units. Our review also found that 43% of RODARS applications from 2022 to 2024 had missing or incorrect permit numbers, making it difficult to cross-reference them with the permit database. As a result, the city cannot reliably assess RODAR compliance of utility companies. Further, our review of 100 samples of completed utility cut permit restorations indicated that approximately 93% of them did not have RODARS approvals on file. Increased information sharing between the 2 units would improve oversight, help inspection scheduling, and identify completed restorations. And now I'll pass it over to Rachel.
Thank you, Arian. Of the 100 permits sampled that were marked as warranty completed in the maximum work order system, 82 were incorrectly labeled. Management informed us that this was due to data entry errors and a misunderstanding by inspectors on the different status categories. Permits incorrectly entered with warranty
It's okay, you missed a slide, but we'll just keep going.
Okay, sorry, I think I skipped this slide. I'm gonna go over number 11. For the second category of inspections and deficiency monitoring, our review of sample of 200 permits for completed permanent cut repairs found significant inspection documentation gaps. 22% had no inspection work orders, so it is possible that no inspections were conducted. Another 31% had inspection work orders, but no other information in the system. And 43% had some documentation in the system or in form of manual records stored offline. However, they were incomplete. For example, they had missing photographs or inspection notes or photos that lacked identifying information such as dates or location. Then of the 100 permits sampled that were marked as warranty completed, in the maximum work order system, 82 were incorrectly labeled. Management informed us that this was due to data entry errors and a misunderstanding by inspectors on the different status categories. Permits incorrectly entered with warranty completed status risk that they will not be monitored or reviewed for potential deficiencies and warranty repairs. We also found that there are no formal criteria for selecting permits for material testing. Material testing of concrete and asphalt used in permanent restoration ensures that utility cut restorations met the city standard for safety, durability, and long-term performance. Management informed us that the current practice is for inspectors to exercise judgment and arrange material testing when sufficient advance notice is provided by the utility companies. However, this approach is informal and not documented. As for the permanent restoration inspections, there is no formal process requiring utility companies to confirm when deficiencies resulting from inspections are repaired, nor a system for inspectors to track or follow up on those repairs. Of the permits we reviewed with confirmed deficiencies, 62% were not re-inspected. For the third category of an effective cost recovery fee structure, some municipalities levy a permanent degradation fee to ensure that entities responsible for utility cuts contribute to costs associated with reduced road service life and increased maintenance. Since 2018, Transportation Services does not perform utility cut repairs, but is responsible for inspecting utility companies' repairs to ensure they meet city standards and regulations. The city has not been recovering pavement degradation fees since 2018 because the division lacks the necessary information, such as cut sizes, to calculate discharges. We estimate that the city may have foregone approximately $20 million in pavement degradation fees from 2018 to 2024. Furthermore, as of April 2025, the city is owed approximately $576,000 by external utility companies for permanent restoration work related to legacy permits issued before 2018, with approximately $453,000 of this amount being in dispute. In addition, the current fee structure may be insufficient to cover the program cost if inspection volumes were to increase. It is important to note that only 12% of permits are inspected, and there's a backlog of warranty inspections and deficiency follow-up inspections. And now I'll pass it back to Madam Auditor General.
Thank you, Rashir. So for the final category, we identified many issues with the city's utility cut data, resulting from a lack of complete, accurate, and centralized information. The three systems used, RACS for permits, RODARs for traffic coordination, and Maximo for inspections, are not integrated, leading to fragmented data and no automatic communication between units. Additionally, RACS is unable to track key permit dates and categorize permit types, making it difficult to summarize or report on utility permit activity. Maximo, used for inspections, was implemented in 2024 and contains missing or inaccurate data due to a transition from the previous manual process. These deficiencies hinder effective inspection and warranty tracking. Transportation Services needs a more effective permit system that is fully integrated with work management systems such as Maximo. This integration would enable end-to-end utility cut permit tracking through its entire life cycle. This information would provide a complete picture of the process and support accurate performance measurement as well as informed decision-making. So in summary, our 14 recommendations to Transportation Services focus on improving tracking and timeliness of the utility cut permit applications, strengthening coordination and communication within city units and divisions, improving inspection and deficiency tracking for permanent restorations and warranties, and lastly, implementing a process to charge pavement degradation fees. And management has agreed to all of these recommendations. Thank you, and that concludes our presentation. I believe that management now has a short presentation, and then we're available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Just noting the time, we've got 10 minutes. Management told me that that's within the window, but I'm going to propose that we just, for security's sake, we'll just extend to finish their presentation in case they tick over by a minute. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to get started while the technology is getting updated here. I'm Barbara Gray. I'm the General Manager of Transportation Services, and I am joined by Antonia Marcos, who's the Director of Permitting and Enforcement, and Zach Brown, who leads our Utility Management Program. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the audit findings and share our management response. I would also like to thank the Auditor General and her team for their work on this audit and for the recommendations that we are certain will strengthen our utility management practices and complement the work already underway. As the auditor mentioned, our utility companies play a vital role in our city. They provide essential services like clean water, electricity, and communication that supports both daily life and economic growth. They're also key partners in helping us meet major city goals like building hundreds of thousands of new homes by 2031 and expanding our transit network, including new subways and surface rail projects. Each year, the city issues 35,000 cut permits to utility companies to support this work. And while this work is necessary, it can also be highly disruptive to residents and businesses. Today, we will highlight the foundational work we have completed, the initiatives underway, and the actions we're planning to fully address the audit recommendations. As I mentioned, we agree with the Auditor General's recommendations, and we're very committed to implementing them. First, on processing times, the numbers include both our internal review and the times we wait for utilities to revise and resubmit. Unfortunately, our current system, as the auditor pointed out, is not sophisticated enough to break those steps out, so it's very hard to pinpoint exactly where delays happen. And our teams are already working at capacity, so we would really, as you'll see later in the presentation, focusing on the technology so that we're not adding more manual steps without the right tools. In the near term, we're making internal improvements, including developing a new quality assurance program that samples and reviews permits. We're also implementing some internal process changes that can make a difference without significantly impacting workloads. And in the longer term, we'll be moving forward with implementing a modern permitting system that will help automate manual steps, improve accuracy, consistency, and speed up processing. On the recommendation of improving inspections and deficiency monitoring and addressing deficiencies, as the auditor mentioned, is a critical component to ensure that our utility work meets expectations of both the city and the public. Before 2024, our inspection process was manual and paper-based, leading to inconsistent records and data quality issues. To address this, in May 2024, we moved our work into a work management system and at the same time onboarded 15 new staff out of a total of 20. 24 was our first year in the new system along with the new team. Unsurprisingly, we identified areas for improvement. To address the lessons learned from our first year, we delivered a comprehensive training to all of our inspection staff in May 2025. So in the near term, we will be launching a quality assurance process to review permit records, and we will be improving integration between the existing work management and permitting system. And in the longer term, we will be working with our partners to establish and formalize roles and responsibilities related to permitting, so there's clarity. And our permitting software modernization process, the RACS system, which we use for all of our permitting, is underway to be improved, and that will improve our communication and transparency. The next recommendation is to establish an effective cost recovery fee structure. So in 24, we consolidated our teams under a new utility management dedicated business unit to help improve transparency and to allow us to more accurately track and manage program costs. To address the recommendations in the report in the near term, we are pursuing the recovery of past pavement degradation fees using an estimation method. We're conducting a detailed review of all outstanding balances related to city-led restorations and are making every effort to recover the full amount. We're updating one of our systems so utilities can report on the work they've completed, including the size of road cuts, to help us calculate fees on a go-forward basis. And we're continuing to meet with utility companies to improve data sharing and communications. In the long term, we are developing a long-term plan for staffing, structure, and resources to keep the program sustainable. And this information will inform updated staff requests and a fee model to support full cost recovery and also support ongoing monitoring to ensure the program remains financially sustainable. As the auditor mentioned, we are on the brink of having, on the brink. I think we should have all of these systems in place and fully integrated by, I think the estimate is 2029. But as we mentioned to the council earlier in the year on our congestion report, our RoadR's system is the one that tracks where the cuts are happening and where the work is happening. It is not well integrated currently with our permitting system in RACS, and it also we're in the process of integrating it more seamlessly with Maximo, and that is work that is underway. We've made key improvements, including launching the Rodar system so that we can actually charge utility companies for the disruption that happens when they go out in the road to do that work. And as I mentioned, we have our staff now on work management, but we are still onboarding them, and continuing to train people in that work. And then as we update RACS, our legacy permitting system, we will do that with an integration with Maximo as part of that program. The utility management unit that I mentioned earlier that we put together in 2024 was in order to transform the way that we're able to manage and track this work. Previously, our program has faced challenges including low staffing levels, systems that are antiquated and haven't kept up with the times, and not having a single team responsible for the permitting and oversight of utility work. And that's why we created this dedicated unit. And this team brings all related work under one roof, strengthening oversight, improving practices, and ultimately helping us to protect city assets. With this centralized approach, we're now in a much stronger position to deliver on the audit recommendations and build a long-term sustainable program. And lastly, in addition to forming a centralized utility management unit, we've also brought in a consultant to help us develop a long-term plan for the future of the program. This work is ongoing and focused on more than just fixing immediate issues. It's about building a strong foundation and setting the unit up for long-term success. As part of the work, the consultant is reviewing our current state, looking at best practices from other jurisdictions, engaging with stakeholders, especially utility companies, and will recommend additional changes to structure and resources required for the future. These recommendations, we hope, will directly support our ability to meet the audit findings and ensure the program is sustainable, well-resourced, and built to last. Thank you.
Thank you. 12:24. We have time for a short question if there is one. If not, members, if you want to break now, we can do that. Be back for 1:30. All right, break now. We'll be back for 1:30. Thanks, everyone. See you then. Welcome back, everybody. Before the break, we were on item AU 9.7, which is the audit of transportation services, improving utility cut permit and inspection processes. We did hear a presentation from Madam Auditor General and from the General Manager of Transportation, and we are now at questions of staff. Are there questions of staff on this item? Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah, thank you. Just a question. So how long, when we're doing curb cuts and utility cuts, how long do we give them for restoration? Because sometimes it seems like it takes days and days and.
Thanks, Chair. So typically, they make, in when we transitioned the program away from transportation services, looking to do what we call a one-stage repair to the permanent condition is, best efforts is usually about a year. And part of the reason why it takes a while is because the cut, when it's initially done, there's often some settlement, and so if you were to pave it over right away, it would also result in pavement impact. So that's why it typically takes a bit longer.
So, but then also it could cause damage to vehicles and that if it takes that long, right?
Well, the temporary and the permanent repair, which is the patch that the utility company is responsible to do, should be level with the road surface, but it is still a patch. It's still not a resurfacing of the road.
Okay. And what about if Bell or other utility, they're doing work and they get a permit to do work, and how long does it take them to restore properties?
It's the same.
The same? A year? Oh. Okay, that's.
They do a temporary restoration in between that's durable, but before they come back to do the permanent restoration, that's typically the timeline. And it's not because, again, in part, it's by design, in part because you tend to have the material under the road compacts, and so it can be very uneven, and so you want them to come back and do a durable repair at the end of that timeline.
So that also includes if there's resodding or on private property or driveways that have been damaged during the work?
Sodding is typically done soon after the temporary work is done, so it wouldn't count. It's just the paving part that would take a year.
Okay. I'm also interested in some of the work that we do for contractors that, you know how they put up all these pylons, right? When they're doing the work. And then when the work is completed, they store them on the sidewalk and leave them, and they're there for months. Who's responsible for removing all these pylons? I have pylons where work was done a year ago and they're still sitting on the sidewalk or on the boulevard. Nobody seems to be removing them. Who is responsible for removing all these pylons that we have? Some of it's really disgusting. They're everywhere.
So the company's responsible, but our transportation standards officers are the ones who get called out if there's a complaint filed to go and make the company remove them.
So we don't go out and investigate and that the work has been done and they've kept the pylons there?
We do, and as we mentioned in the management presentation, we're getting the tools in place through RODARs and our RAC system to have a technology solution, as well as having our patrollers out on the road. So there's a manual piece of that too. But given the pace of construction, Councillor, it's often done on a complaint basis. Although we do track that work, it's just that if it's there for a while, it's often done on a complaint basis.
Okay, I think the auditor wanted to say something.
No, just that only about 12% have inspections done. And previously, when you were asking about the restoration work, it's the utility companies that do it since 2018. So just to clarify that transportation just does the oversight and inspections. So it's the utility companies that do the actual utility cut repair work now.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions? Councillor Crisanti, and then Vice Chair Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So not to belabor the point, but I see here that the Auditor General has a recommendation of improving inspections and deficiency monitoring. Who manages the restoration plan? Because I think, Barbara, you said a year, but who, is it managed? Is it followed up? Do we make sure that it is going to be no later than that time frame? Anybody?
Yes, sorry, Councilor.
So the managing of the restoration plan. So I'll give you an example. Up in my area, we got Hydro who's doing major work and that encompasses more than half a dozen streets. Those streets are a complete disaster. Even with the temporary fix, you know, it's like you're, a roller coaster on that road. It's an obstacle course, and it creates damage to vehicles and so on. They keep telling us in my office that, well, the full restoration is going to happen shortly, but shortly never, is getting longer. It's not within the definition of shortly as I know it.
So as I said, Councillor, the utility is responsible, and the auditor said as well, restoring the pavement back to the specifications. It's our transportation standards officers who are our inspectors who are the staff team that manage that in the field. There are about 35,000 permits a year, and we have about 20 staff. So it in part, and one of the things that I mentioned in the management response is that we are working with a consultant right now to do a long-term plan. And so part of that is going to be assessing appropriate resourcing to be able to manage this based up to the expectations of councillors and the public. So we know we're short-staffed and that we don't get out for inspections as quickly as we would like to.
So that you just answered my next. So you are short-staffed. You need more resources in that area to ensure that things are being managed in a timely manner.
We do, and we also know that it would be a better piece of an overall longer-term strategy, which is why we've identified, we have a consultant helping us to plan that out, and then we can effectively identify how many staff. So I'm not sure we'll be coming back with a staff ask in 26. It may be the following year.
Okay, and on the point about pylons, I mean, I started laughing because it's hilarious. I see these different cuts and work done. There's a fire hydrant that was replaced just about a year and a half ago, had pylons around it, still has pylons to this day in the exact same spot. So no one seems to be taking the responsibility to removing those. Maybe that requires some follow-up. I don't know how that works, but we have pylons everywhere that don't need to be there. Anyway, that was it. Thank you. That wasn't a question. All right.
You're taking a liberty, Councillor. I see. Vice Chair Fletcher.
Thank you. Is there not some way to ensure that the contractor has to clean up the site? The onus is on the contractor when the job is finished, because we all have pylons everywhere that are left over. So apparently they're paid fully for the job before all of the work is completed. I want to be clear. Is that clear, Madam Auditor?
That's a better question.
So through the chair, just to clarify, it's not contractors, they're the utility companies.
Oh, so the utility companies on their permit, do they have to pay anything ahead or not? Or can we put an extra forgivable or returnable amount, basically like a deposit, on fully cleaning the site when they're finished? And if not, then we'll have to clean it.
Okay, refer to management on that question.
So, Chair, up until this last year, we haven't had the tools in place, and now through our RODARS program, the utility company has to book the time that they're going to be in that space, and so they pay more the longer that they're out there, so it's incumbent on them now to finalize when they're completed, and then we can then use that as a way to schedule that follow-up. So now we have the tools in place, and that's really just since I think, April 1st of this year. So we do
Sorry.
need to strengthen those practices for the inspectors to make sure that we can get back to those in a timely fashion.
I think you've just said only 14% get inspected. Are they not required to send you a picture of the finished site? If not, why not?
Well, in part because we haven't had the tools or the staff to manage it.
I
as the
thought you have
auditor
inspectors, they
identified.
just have to get a picture. Here's X site, including TTC work. Here it is. It's done. There's nothing lying around. I don't understand why that's so hard and why you would need a lot of staff for that.
Well, it's happening now, and I think once.
You have
through the-
pictures now?
through Rodars, we are, that is one of the things that we are now requiring, is that they send a picture when they close out their permit at the site.
And what's required on the picture? No pylons?
Through the speaker, the picture will include an attestation that they will be removing everything from the site, that they
No,
left the site in a clean and
that's
good
not my
condition.
question. I'm
Sorry.
sorry, I only have a few minutes. Do they not send a picture of the final job that's cleared and returned back to what it looked like before?
That is the new practice, is that they would send a picture that implied, that showed that the site was clear.
I'm just asking the auditor now, she wishes to.
So through the chair, at the time of the audit, it was not the practice.
Right. So if I was to ask you for all of the pictures from my ward of completed work by utilities, swept clean, no pylons, that would be available.
It was not our practice until we started with Rodars in April 1st, so it is
Yes.
underway to do.
So
So
between
no, I
now
would not
and
have
April
pictures
1st,
for you. I
You
would
would
not
have the
pictures for you.
pictures from April 1st to now of my ward, yes
No,
or no?
I would not have those.
You wouldn't have any pictures?
Nope.
Why is that?
Because we are just starting with the practice, and we are in the process of training, but also we are, what are we, 2 months in? I think we're 2 months into having the technology that gives us the ability to do that.
Ability to get pictures?
Yes, and have it in a consistent fashion tied back to the permit, so that we can close that out and know that we can
So if I
consider
was
it
to
closed.
ask for that to come back here, Mr. Chair, with evidence of pictures from the wards of everybody on this committee, would that be in order?
We could bring it back to Service Excellence Committee as well, if you would like.
No, Service Excellence is 311, that's it.
I think it's customary to ask for a follow-up report.
Yes, follow-up
Committee
report.
on this, on the implementation from the general manager or from staff as opposed to the Auditor General. That is entirely in order, and we do that all the time. I don't know if you want to ask for all the pictures, though. It might be a little long, but samples.
Yes, I do, because I'd like it to come in October, so I hope there's some pictures by then. Yeah, they're all digital, my understanding. So I'm wondering if the clerk could just help me with that, if you need to stand this down until that time. Thank you.
Well,
additional questions?
Sorry, just to clarify on these pictures and to, I guess, indicate that the contractor, utility contractor has completed the work. Is there a need that after the work is complete for the pylons, because that's what we're talking about, to stay in place for a period of time to ensure that whatever is on that ground cures or people don't drive or step over it? So in other words, I'm trying to get to the point where maybe that photo cannot be taken at that moment in time. They got to go back.
Chair, I think that's quite possible, but I do think that, again, when the auditor did this work, we did not have this practice in place. We are just starting up this practice, so there will have to, in some cases, you wouldn't want to remove the equipment if there was some kind of a hazard or a safety hazard. But I think what Councillor Fletcher is asking for is a consistent practice of send a picture so you know that the site is clean, and then you can close it out.
Got it, okay.
And that is something we are starting, but we don't have documentation at this time.
All right, thank you.
Additional questions? I have a couple. Okay. Do we have a problem with pylons? And what I'm getting at is the value of the pylon so low, nobody wants to go get them? Because, I mean, you have to send, if you send a service personnel out, it costs so much money, and you're picking up pylons that are worth a couple bucks. Is that potentially an issue? I don't know anything about them, but
I mean, Chair, I think it's, this has been, is an ongoing issue. It's technically it's their responsibility to pick up their materials, and if they don't, then we should have the appropriate tools to be able to go out and consistently inspect and enforce it. So I don't know that other different types of materials would make that any easier. Maybe if it was much more expensive for them to leave their equipment in the field, then potentially.
so I see City of Toronto pylons all over the place being used. No, and I mean that in a way that other contractors are using them. Like, is there a trade in these things? Like, are they a commodity that, and that's what I'm getting at, is if they're only worth a couple of bucks and nobody's really paying attention, what incentive is there other than the permitting process to go and pick up their stuff?
Well, to Councillor Fletcher's point, that if there was a picture and that was what you used in order to close out that permit, and then we stopped charging RODAR's fees once that was defined, that would provide an incentive.
Okay.
So now, as of April 1st, we actually have the tools to charge those fees where we didn't have that before. And so now we have to catch up the practice of the closeout appropriately with a picture and the confirmation, and then we would stop charging them the fee.
So you're going to keep charging them RODAR's fees until they pick up their $100 worth of, icky pylons that are worn out? Okay.
Until the site is appropriately cleared. So to me, that would mean that the equipment is gone.
Okay. When will we collect 100% of the road degradation fees that we haven't been collecting since 2018?
Through the speaker, through the chair, that's largely attributable to the fact that we haven't had the detailed cut sizes from the utilities to be able to charge that fee. It is a variable fee that takes into consideration the age of the pavement, the type of the pavement, and the road classification, and you need to know the exact meters squared. We haven't had that information, but we have been working with utilities to gather that. And
when? It's $20 million was identified in the report. I just want to know when.
We've developed a financial model to estimate what those remaining values are. We're working with utilities now, and we're estimating sometime in 2026, we're going to be pursuing those costs for recovery.
Will that factor into your 2026 budget ask, which is due soon?
The pavement degradation fees? No, because we're not, while we will work with the utilities to pay us, we don't, that's often a back and forth process is my experience with that, so.
Is there any low-hanging fruit that you can accelerate that can make it into this?
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah, and I also think that the RODAR's fees will, looking at the RODAR's fees, and I know Roger Brown is taking a look at what we've collected, because part of that should be how do we get to full cost recovery on our inspection team.
We have a pavement quality index. You do a lot of, your team does a lot of work to go and scan the roads and figure out which ones are the worst and queue them all up for repair and replacement efforts in our big plan. And we know that that's backlogged. Does the information that comes out of the permits process help inform your queuing of the work or the pavement quality index?
Through the speaker, indirectly, the way the PQI is developed is based on vehicles that drive over the pavement, and they collect information. So the utility cut information is collected, any cracks or any patches or differentials in pavement. So that is considered, but not directly what's in the permitting process.
How often do you send the truck?
I believe they do it every 2 years, right?
I think so.
2 years?
And 4 years on collectors and locals.
It depends on the road classification, but it's between 1 to 2 years.
Is there a way to trigger that truck going more frequently if there's lots of road cuts on your records in a particular spot?
Potentially.
Okay. My last question, can you break down the utilities that are responsible for all of these cuts? So Toronto Water and with, to some respect, Hydro are ours, and that council has some influence on their behavior.
Yep.
How much do they occupy of the pie?
I think between the two of them, it's about 50%.
50.
Of the total cuts of the 35,000.
So half the issues are our own people. There's a fire hydrant Councillor Crisanti was talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that, and our good friends at Toronto Water, I think, are still here. I'm not sure if they're still here, but we do, oh, there you are. We do have a, do you want to answer that question about your oversight? Well, Toronto Water does have its own permitting process for utility cuts. There is a fair amount of oversight for that work. They also work with third-party contractors, SS Hydro, to fulfill that work. And then the rest of the cuts, the other big one is Enbridge, which I believe is Enbridge Gas, which is a percentage, and then the rest are all the telcos, communications firms.
Thank you. I'm out of time. Are there any additional questions? Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I'm going to want to know about sequencing for utility cuts and apparently not been collecting all the fees as was required. The Auditor General's noticed that were outstanding monies. And in litigation, I just ask you, if those were in litigation, we have no option to not give a permit because they're utilities, so they have a right to do that. Would I be correct on that? Or put the extra money that would suggest that they owe us on their current permit?
No, the city wouldn't have the authority to do that.
We do or don't?
Not have the authority.
Does not have the authority. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Like a surcharge for not paying. But the issue just is what's called a temporary or a permanent repair. You call a temporary repair the one that they do at what point? What point in the process? Immediately after the work, correct?
Correct,
So
the temporary
Then
patches.
that is considered initially finished.
Correct.
And then you call a permanent repair where they come back and they asphalt that over.
Correct. The year later, right? When
And do they take a picture of that?
that's what we will have them do.
Oh, I think we want them to take a picture of their temporary repair because I believe that's when they're leaving out all the pylons. They're not leaving them there for a year.
Well,
So-
we would want them to do it for both.
So are you requiring them to do it for both, or you would want them to do it for both?
Well, we are in the process of developing this SOP right now, Counselor, so we will require them to do it.
So they'll be required. Here's my temporary repair and what it looks like on Street X, and here's the permanent repair. Here's what it looks like on Street X. So right now, we'll probably have a lot of pictures for the temporary. But a permanent repair, in language that most people understand, means that's the pavement is now finished, completed. Yet, these are all bumpy. They're usually higher. They're not well done. I have a hard time understanding that we are telling people that that is a permanent repair, that that's our standard for what would be considered by the average Torontonian to be permanent.
We would consider that to be resurfaced.
So I will ask the Auditor General, if that's how the public is seeing that, and they think that that's permanent, to me, permanent means that's the way it's going to be forever. We're done. Yet, it's not done to the standard of the street. It never fits completely. It's bumpy, it's messed up, it's high, it's low, it's got edges. So what would you recommend for the public to be able to understand the nature of that repair? I understand temporary. To me, that is not permanent.
Through the chair, I think maybe there's a communication issue with the public then to explain the process. But my understanding is when it's, as it was described in terms of permanent repair, that is the permanent repair.
Who decided the word permanent? Is that the utility company? Is that the City of Toronto? Is that the Transportation Division? Who's decided that we are calling that permanent? Spec? Who made that designation?
All I can say, Counselor, is that was the same terminology in the previous jurisdiction I worked at, so I think it's somewhat common in this work to have a temporary repair be the initial one and the permanent repair to the person who's having to deliver it, in this case, the utility company. And then we would, when you do trenching or larger utility work projects, then you would.
That?
No, I don't, actually.
Thank you. So do we have the ability to fix that? Do you think the public understands that that's what we call permanent? But when you're looking out there of your street, you're thinking, well, that's permanent, that's a problem?
No. I think that when we have spoken about this previously, we came up with the idea of exploring an interim versus a permanent, and I think that has some merit. So we will take that back and take a look at that in terms of the terminology.
Thank you.
Other questions? I'm going to ask it just because it came up. Do we have a technical standard on utility cut restoration that utilities are required to follow? We have a document?
Through the speaker, we have a number of documents. We have a municipal consent requirement document, and we also have all City of Toronto standards and specifications that are applicable to all city work, as well as all utility work taking in the right of way. There is also a specific specification for utility cut restoration.
Could I download that online if I looked?
Yes, you can.
Okay, so that'll tell me the edges need to be smooth, can't be high, can't be low, as Councillor Fletcher said. It needs to be a certain thickness, certain material, all of those kinds of things you test for, and you either check off as met or not met when you inspect it.
That's correct. Sorry, I think I missed the last part of your question.
Would you check it that it was met or not met when you inspect it?
Yes, that is what the inspection outcomes are, is to check that city specifications are being followed.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Councilor Nunziata.
Just one last question. So in the presentation on page 5, that picture, is that permanent or temporary? Where you have all those pylons? and you have that
Which
deep.
presentation, Councillor? Oh, transportation's by you.
And then you have a deep dip. So is that permanent or temporary? It's the presentation that was given to us.
The auditor.
Oh, was it the auditor? Okay, the auditor. What is that?
I'm going to refer to my team. Do you have that handy? So it's
Page
on
5.
the background. What is a utility cut, that one? Or it's showing us?
Sorry, slide 10, page 5.
Yeah.
It's got a picture with all the pylons.
Oh.
This one would appear to be temporary cut.
Is it this one?
Yep.
Yeah, that one. That's temporary?
Temporary, right? Yeah.
Oh, it's been answered, it's been answered.
Okay,
Or temporary, yeah.
okay.
Yes.
Do we need to stand this down? Any other questions? Are there members that wish to speak? I know there's a couple of motions. We're almost there. So I'll offer a couple of comments. Thank you, Madam Auditor, and thank you to transportation staff. Much like the winter maintenance, this is a challenge of the citizens of the city and, of course, councillors who hear about it. I'm glad to learn in this process that there's a utility cut specification. I found that on my screen and plan to use that when I go out and have a look. I would urge a couple of things for those divisions that are listening. It stands out to me that 50% of the utility cuts are from the agencies of the city. I'll include hydro in that, though the relationship is a little bit different. So in many ways, we have a stronger degree of influence on their performance. And I don't have a motion to compel those agencies to do better. But if there are some reports coming back on utility cuts and numbers and photos and so on, I hope that the utilities will be identified. And this committee can then take some action. And if our internal folks are doing a great job and they're the good half of the 50%, great. And if they're not, then I think the committee can make some recommendations along that front. But that was an important observation coming out of this, is that Not every utility cut is equal. Not every utility cut is done by an external party. Some of it is internal. And so we have different ways to approach those. Finally, this sounds like, again, a lot of money that is there for the cities and taxpayers' use. And I would encourage everyone involved to accelerate that process, considering we haven't been collecting the information needed to collect the road degradation fee since 2018. And that's a lost opportunity of $20 million, which with the backlog of capital repair on roads, I think would be a helpful thing, and citizens would definitely appreciate anything we could do to accelerate that process. So with that, I will just see if those motions are ready. They are. Great. Thank you. Councillor Vice Chair Fletcher.
Thank you. I have a couple of motions. One is that request the general manager, and thank you to the clerk, thank you very much, Transportation Services, develop terminology for permanent and temporary repairs which can be easily understood by the public. I think we're taking out temporary. It would be for permanent repairs, and report for that. To have the general manager submit a follow-up report improving utility cut permit and inspection processes to the November 5th Audit Committee meeting that includes the photos available for work completed by utility contractors for utility work in wards 1, 2, 5, 14, and 23. So we can see what those pictures look like, assuming they're ready. I'm sure they are. It looks like they will be. And lastly, I would like to know about the sequencing and timing of all of the utility cuts, because there are many of them. Who made them? The permits, timing sequences for utility work for the following streets: Woodfield Road, Riverdale Grant, and Danforth Avenue. Sorry, Danforth Road is in Scarborough. I don't want to cross that border. Council would be upset. So that is, that would be prepared. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members wishing to speak? Seeing none. Okay, there are 3 amendments. If I could ask the clerk to present them one by one. On the first amendment, all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. On the second amendment, all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. On the third amendment, all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. On the item as amended, all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you, everyone. Okay, our next item is AU 9.8, audit of the city's low dollar value purchases.
Point of order.
Point of order.
I got my questions on FIFA answered, so I can release the item because I don't want the staff to have to stay here. Oh, you have questions?
Okay.
Okay, so I guess, okay.
It was a good try on the quick release, a valiant effort. All right. Madam Auditor is setting up, so I'll just reread the item. AU 9.8, audit of the city's low dollar value purchases, increasing efficiency and cost savings while balancing other procurement objectives and maintaining compliance. And a presentation will be forthcoming in just a moment. Madam Auditor, over to you as soon as you're ready.
Great, thanks very much. Ready? Yeah. Thank you, Chair. So this report presents the results of our audit of low dollar value purchases. Here with me today are Ina Chan, Deputy Auditor General, and team members Celia Tao and Sean Desan. Thank you to my team for their excellent work on this audit, and thank you as well to management and staff. Genevieve Sharkey, Chief Procurement Officer, and her team on the Purchasing and Materials Management Division, and Jason Lee, Controller and Chief Accountant, and his team in the Accounting Services Division. Thank you for your cooperation and assistance during this audit. We would also like to thank divisional management and staff who shared their feedback and ideas related to low dollar value purchasing. During this presentation, we'll outline our audit objective and audit approach, explain why this audit matters, discuss key audit findings and recommendations, and end with closing remarks. This audit was not a typical audit of purchasing that examines effectiveness of controls and compliance. We conducted this audit because over the years, we had heard concerns from divisional staff and management, as well as councillors, about the slow, manual, and onerous process to complete low dollar value purchases. The main objective of this audit was to assess whether the city's processes provide sufficient flexibility to support quick and cost-effective procurement of low dollar value purchases while maintaining compliance. In performing this audit, we are by no means saying that compliance with policy is not important. We have looked for opportunities to improve efficiency and identify savings while still maintaining compliance. For this audit, we considered purchases under $3,000 to be low dollar value purchases, for which the city leaves the decision to obtain 3 quotes to the discretion of the division head. Purchases between $3,000 and $120,000 to be medium dollar value purchases, for which divisions are required to obtain multiple quotes. The focus of this audit was on low dollar value purchases under $3,000, although some of the recommendations can also apply to medium dollar value purchases. Common categories for low dollar value purchases include small building materials, IT hardware and accessories, grocery and catering, office supplies and recreation supplies. Low dollar value purchases are also made to address some one-off requirements to meet operational needs. To complete our audit, we performed benchmarking research of multiple municipalities, interviewed staff across 10 divisions, conducted a survey with responses from over 120 staff across 35 divisions, analyzed citywide divisional purchasing data, and reviewed supporting documentation for a sample of purchases. Low dollar value purchases make up a significant proportion of the city's annual purchasing volume, even though dollars spent is relatively small. As shown in the pie chart on this slide, low dollar value purchases made up 96.5% of the city's total number of purchase order, divisional purchase order, and P-card transactions in 2024. Given the large volume, increasing the efficiency of procurement and payment processes can result in efficiency savings that significantly impact divisional operations. Our audit identified opportunities to improve operational efficiencies by enabling divisions to have greater discretion when it comes to lower dollar value purchases. The audit also highlights opportunities to maximize savings for the city, including areas to strengthen management of spending categories across divisions. I'll now hand it over to Ina Chan to provide more detail on our audit findings and recommendations.
Thank you, Auditor General. Our audit highlighted opportunities for the city to better support divisional procurement efficiency by expanding the use of P-cards, reviewing thresholds for requiring multiple quotes, and enhancing training and guidance for staff and divisions. We'll quickly go over these in the next few slides. Many audit interviewees and survey respondents expressed views that the city should expand P-card use. These views are consistent with the recommendation made in a 2009 Auditor General's report on the city's P-card program. Expanding P-card use as a payment tool can be a more efficient and cost-effective alternative to traditional invoice payment processing. We estimate the city could achieve in the range of $204,000 to $306,000 in potential efficiency savings and up to $570,000 in potential P-card rebates if all invoices for low dollar value purchases could instead be paid by P-card. Additional savings are possible where P-card is expanded beyond low dollar value purchasing. The actual savings that can be achieved will be impacted if vendors choose not to accept P-card as a method of payment or opt to add surcharges for the use of P-cards. The city's current threshold for requiring multiple quotes is $3,000. Many other municipalities have adopted a higher threshold ranging from $4,000 to $35,000, indicating that recent threshold changes are due to inflation and potential administrative efficiencies. Thresholds that are too high may open the city up to greater risk of non-compliance, insufficient value for money, and unfairly limit opportunities for vendors to do business with the city. Thresholds that are too low can slow down the procurement process and incur higher administrative costs. Setting an appropriate threshold can result in operational efficiencies by reducing the time spent on obtaining and evaluating multiple quotes. We estimate that in 2024, for every hour of administrative efficiencies gained on all of the 1,235 purchases between $3,000 and $10,000, the city could achieve potential savings of about $67,000. The potential savings may be offset if goods or services purchased directly cost more than if multiple quotes were obtained. The city should consider trade-offs in monitoring and controls when reviewing thresholds for requiring multiple quotes. Publishing data on low dollar value goods and services that are purchased directly can be a helpful transparency and accountability mechanism. Some issues raised through our audit surveys and interviews reflect the need for enhanced training and guidance to improve staff's understanding of procurement policies and processes. These include developing and providing division-specific training in areas where corporate policies leave room for flexibility and discretion, ensuring easily accessible and up-to-date references to procurement tools, and enabling sharing across division on lessons learned and best practices. PMMD advised that training is available and they support divisions where and when they request guidance beyond the available DPO training. However, available training and guidance and support is not always taken advantage of by divisions. Key training and annual refreshers should be mandatory for staff involved in conducting and approving divisional purchasing. The city's category management efforts today have focused primarily on high dollar value and highly complex procurements. Our audit identified opportunities to increase savings by improving category management for low and medium dollar value purchases. For low and medium dollar value purchases, PMMD can support increased operational efficiencies and savings across the city by taking a centralized leadership role to better understand citywide procurement needs and by providing strategic support for divisional procurement planning and coordination. For low and medium dollar value purchases, PMMD should enhance its review of divisional purchasing, in particular, analyzing purchases collectively across all divisions can improve the city's ability to identify potential citywide opportunities to better manage spending categories and leverage its buying power. We recognize the city needs to balance the costs, benefits, and impacts of opportunities, and that sometimes large consolidated contracts make it harder to achieve other procurement objectives, such as priorities of the social procurement program, and that the city needs to balance achieving these other policy objectives with cost savings. During this audit, we observed cases where divisions separately buy the same or similar items from different vendors or from the same vendors, but through different procurement channels, sometimes even when contracts exist. This creates inefficiencies and dilutes the city's buying power. For example, the city has a set of blanket contracts with the vendor to provide electrical supplies and components for different divisions. We found that the exact same or similar items that were already covered by contracts were also bought via divisional purchase order and or P-card, such as electrical panels, wiring and tape, breakers, and junction boxes, and other lighting products. The city can obtain better pricing by consolidating buying power. Secondly, the city can maximize contract rebates and discounts and other benefits offered by contracts. These benefits are missed when staff purchase outside of the contract through DPOs and P-cards, and spending is not consolidated for a given purchasing category. Finally, the city can review the feasibility and appropriateness of joining corporate or public sector programs with member benefits offered by some commonly used vendors and open market platforms. Program benefits may include discounted pricing, rebates, free shipping, the ability to restrict items and categories available for purchase, as well as spending data analytics. The report includes some case study examples to illustrate some of these opportunities. I'll now hand the presentation back to the Auditor General.
Thank you, Ina. So in summary, this audit highlights that the city's processes for low dollar value purchases can be improved to provide more flexibility to support quick and cost-effective procurement while maintaining compliance. While divisions are responsible for properly planning and carrying out low dollar value purchases, the Chief Procurement Officer and PMMD have a central leadership role to ensure a citywide approach for procurement planning and analysis across all city divisions. This report includes 5 recommendations to help the city increase operational efficiency and cost savings without compromising policy compliance when conducting low dollar value purchases. The report also includes a recommendation for the city manager to forward the report to agencies and corporations to consider for relevance and implementation. Some recommendations can also be applied to medium dollar value purchases, and management has agreed with all 6 recommendations. Thank you. That concludes our presentation, and I'll now turn it back to the chair, and we're available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. I'll ask, are there questions of Madam Auditor General on this item? Councillor Nunziata.
One question. So who has authorization for the P-card?
Sorry, just to clarify, through the chair, to clarify a question, who approves P cards for use?
Yeah.
So if a division is making a purchase, the division head delegated person of the division would be the person who reviews and approves the P card purchase.
Oh, okay, so everyone from the various, and they authorize it. Who does the authorization? Like,
Through the chair, if somebody's using a P card, the division has designated people who approve.
But who are these people? Are they management? Who are these people?
There's managers.
That's what I mean, supervisors and managers.
Yeah.
They're the only people that can authorize.
Each division would have designated persons who would authorize the purchase.
Okay.
To the chair, it would depend on who the division head delegated the authority to. It wouldn't be specific to any one position or role. It could be a various roles or positions across various divisions.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Councillor Crisanti.
So I just want to explore the concept of savings here. Looking at page 5 for me, or slides 9 and 10. In your presentation, expand use of purchasing cards and review thresholds. I see that there's potential efficiencies and savings in these two areas. Can you describe how the savings come about here? Or am I reading it incorrectly?
So through the chair, so the efficiency savings are by the time that would be saved. Is this the one in terms of using the P card? Can you clarify? Yeah. Okay. So instead of, and using a P card instead of the traditional invoice processing through accounts payable.
Okay. And the 67,000 in potential savings for every hour of administrative, so that's what you're saying here. And the efficiency on the other side is 204K, potentially to 306K annually. Again, efficiencies.
So through the chair, just to clarify, on slide 9, the efficiency savings for the 204 to 306,000 is if all invoices for low dollar purchases can be paid by P card. So it costs more to process it through accounts payable, an invoice going into accounts payable, than it does to process P cards. And so this is if all of those invoices for low dollar purchases could be paid by P card, recognizing that some vendors may choose not to accept P card, or they may pass on surcharges now because they're allowed to do so. And this is just for the low dollar value purchases, so under 3,000. And then the rebates are because when the city uses P cards, whatever passes through P cards, the city gets a rebate of 1.39%.
So this other point in your report, the low dollar value purchases less than 3,000 make up 96.5% of the city's annual purchasing volume. What is that volume? What's the total of that volume? If you have that.
Through the chair, so in 2024, there were 4,463 DPOs. There were over 74,000 P card payments. So that's a total of 79,000 low dollar value transactions out of the 81, am I reading this right? 81,000.
Okay. So 79,000 transactions.
Actions. So the dollar wise, it's a much lower percentage, right? So this is transactions.
Yeah, so just to do the math, 79,000 transactions at $3,000 each?
Under 3,000, under 3. So low dollar value, anything under $3,000. So it could be anywhere from a couple dollars all the way up to $3,000.
Oh, okay, all right. No, that makes sense. Any possibility here, I don't know when you did your audit, if it did, So is it possible that, let's say, a particular value of a purchase comes in at around $4,500? So is it possible that that purchase could be split in two? So now you still have your $4,500 purchase, but you've paid one for 3 and one for 15. Is that possible to do that, or do you have any checks
so
and
it's not,
balances to prevent that from happening?
So you're not supposed to do PO splitting. If you split to go to be within a threshold, that's against the policy.
CFO? Hang on, Councillor. CFO has some.
Sorry.
My antenna got up when I heard that. That would be a compliance issue. You cannot split a purchase order to be able to circumvent the controls that are in place.
No, but it may not be splitting a purchase order. It just may be that, you know, somebody says, I really want this purchase, look, give me a purchase order now, and 2 months later, give me another one.
That would not be compliant with our financial controls, and it's something that we would take very serious in terms of reviewing.
Okay, just want to make sure that we're, okay, thank you. That's it.
Questions?
Thanks. No.
Okay, I'll ask a couple. My first question is, who's our P-card vendor? We have a vendor for P-cards, right? We don't just tell people go to the bank and get one. We have a central provider, do we not?
It's the Bank of Montreal.
And so do we have an arrangement with them with respect to the fees that we pay, or do we pay fees for P-cards? Like how, to the extent you can tell me in public, how does that arrangement work, just in the most general terms?
We do not pay a fee to the Bank of Montreal, but we do have a volume rebate that we get from the bank.
I see. So there is an incentive for us to use P-cards.
Correct. There is administrative costs associated with managing a P-card program. But yes, there's a rebate that incentivizes using P-card for low dollar purchases.
Okay, so the cost doesn't go up if we spend more?
No, that's not.
Okay. Again, without disclosing secrets that would be problematic for the competitive advantage of the city, could you give me a sense of how many P-cards are out there?
We have about 1,500 active P-cards.
And could you tell me in the most general terms the control process? Because I'm going to guess that you have employees of all levels that are using these cards, and somebody's checking them and someone's checking those people for things like invoice splitting and other rules.
Yes, so we have a P-card policy and program in place. So it specifies who and under what circumstances a P-card can be used. And before a user is assigned a P-card, they have to go through training to, understand the rules of how to reconcile a P-card on a monthly basis, how to get authorization on purchases, and so forth.
And do we have a robust system to detect matters of fraud? Is there something built into our vendors agreement?
We do have controls in place. For example, certain vendors are locked out from purchases, jewelry stores, or things that normally the city would not incur during normal business course. Yeah, so we do have controls in place to prevent that.
What about for unusual patterns? So again, back to Councillor Crisanti's idea, if I needed a box of screws and it was too expensive, I guess I could buy them one at a time and add them up at the end of the year, or I could plead to go over the limit. Like, how is that controlled? Who's watching?
Yeah, so the default limit is $3,000 on each P card for the month. So the P card cannot be exceeded that amount any month. In the case where a higher, value purchase is expected, we do have an exception process in place. As an example, if we need to buy something, I don't know, from Amazon on an emergency purchase basis, and the purchase is worth $5,000, we can grant that on an exception basis, and then right after would knock the limit back to $3,000.
Thank you. Madam Auditor, you pointed out that the city's dollar threshold is $3,000, and then you gave us a helpful chart that shows there's all kinds of different levels in different jurisdictions. You haven't given us a suggestion on what the level should be. Do I understand that? You've suggested to staff that they go think about it.
Chair, yes, that's correct. So we're just pointing out that there's other jurisdictions that have higher thresholds, and there's quite a range, and so it's something for the city to consider in reviewing the threshold.
So, Mr. Controller, you have a process now to go back after this audit report to go and reconsider the $3,000.
Yeah, it's something we'll be working with PMMD together to assess whether 3,000 is the appropriate limit for peak.
And do you need council's input to change that, or are you available to execute on these recommendations? Let's say you were going to change it to 5. You can go ahead and do that?
I believe we have the necessary authority to do that. We'll take a risk-based approach to it, like the auditor suggested. There's a balance between controls and the risk of, a higher purchase threshold. Do you want to add?
Okay.
Yeah.
Just to add to Jason's statement, though we don't need the authority to review, there may be some policies that we'd have to come back with updates, such as the social procurement policy and potentially just the procurement policy for the threshold for direct purchases.
Okay. Thank you. I had no further questions. Any further questions, second round, from any members? Any members wishing to speak on this item? May I have a member move the recommendations? Councilor Crisanti moves the recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. Great job, everyone. Members, the city manager has been required to attend to his official duties right now at 2:30, and he told me he would be back shortly. I'm going to propose that we reorder the next item. That's the FIFA item, just down the agenda a little bit, because he should be here to answer questions. So unless there's objections, I'm going to suggest that we go to AU 9.10, which is fraud investigation involving multiple City of Toronto electricity accounts. There is no presentation on this item. Would the committee like introductory remarks from Madam Auditor General? I'm seeing a yes. Okay.
And also from staff, too.
And from staff. Okay. So staff, if you can provide an introductory remark following Madam Auditor, if you're able. But we'll allow you to go ahead, Madam Auditor, and then we'll go to the questions.
This is on the fraud investigation, right? 'Cause I don't...
Correct. AU 9.10, fraud investigation involving multiple City of Toronto electricity accounts.
My introductory remarks, yeah. Thank you, Chair. So thank you to management and staff for their cooperation on this investigation, Patrick Matozo and his team, and Andrew Sasso from Toronto Hydro. Thank you to my team as well, Elaine Au, Sean McIntosh, Anthusha, and Andarajan. This investigation began from a complaint to the Fraud and Waste Hotline, where the Corporate Real Estate Management Division identified 14 electricity accounts that were switched from Toronto Hydro to 2 different third-party energy retailers without the city's knowledge or approval. The total value of the 2 contracts was $4.2 million, of which $2.5 million represented what would have been lost if the city did not detect the anomalies. CREM staff discovered the fraudulent contracts in October 2019. The contracts were made null and void, and the amounts were recovered by the city in 2020. Our investigation was paused in 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic and competing priorities, and therefore was restarted in 2024 and finalized in 2025. For background, while all electricity in Toronto is physically distributed by Toronto Hydro, Ontario has an electricity market where consumers can purchase their electricity from either Toronto Hydro at a regulated price without markup by Hydro, or from a licensed energy retailer. By default, in accordance with provincial legislation, consumers purchase from Toronto Hydro. In some cases, energy retailers pay commissions to consulting firms that bring in new contracts for them. The consulting firms act as intermediaries between the energy retailers and consumers, and it appears that the commissions received by the consultants was the motivation to enter the city into these contracts. The purpose of my investigation was to try and identify who entered the city into these contracts and whether any wrongdoing was committed by a city employee. Our investigation concluded that the 2 energy retailer contracts were fraudulent. The consulting firm owners appeared to have some involvement in establishing the contracts with energy retailers, but this could not be substantiated due to lack of evidence. Retired city employees' identifications were fraudulently used to establish contracts with energy retailers. And despite extensive efforts, we cannot determine who signed the contracts on behalf of the city due to lack of evidence at this time. This matter has been referred to the Toronto Police Service due to prior allegations against one of the consulting firm owners, including signature forgery. And Toronto Police will assess whether the circumstances meet the criminal threshold to warrant a criminal investigation. It was important for my office to undertake this investigation, first of all, to determine whether any wrongdoing was committed by a city employee. And in addition, this investigation brings awareness that the city and its agencies and corporations can have their electricity accounts changed to third-party energy retailers without their knowledge, which could result in millions of dollars in extra costs. It's therefore important for the city and its agencies and corporations to be diligent in reviewing electricity invoices and ensure that they have a process in place to identify when a switch in electricity accounts is made. Employee identities and credentials can also be used for fraudulent purposes, so it's critical to review contracts and invoices diligently prior to approval and payment. We've included one recommendation in the report for the city manager to share the findings with other city divisions, corporations, and agencies to encourage diligence in reviewing and improving invoices. I'd like to acknowledge the diligence of CREM staff and management for identifying and following up on these fraudulent contracts and recovering the payments made to the energy retailers under these void contracts for the city. Thank you, and back to you, Chair.
Thank you. I will invite city's management to make brief comments.
To you, Mr. Chair, it's Pat Matozo, Corporate Real Estate Manager. And first and foremost, I'd like to thank the Auditor General for undertaking the investigation based on the information that staff provided to the Auditor General. And second, I'd like to thank staff for their diligence and in the project, and having the controls in place to catch these kinds of things.
Thank you. Questions of staff? Councillor Myers, then Councillor Nunziata.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I guess the first question is, I just want confirmation. It was not the retired employee who had made the fraud, correct?
Through the Chair, that's correct.
Do we know who that employee was?
Through the Chair, we know the names of the identities that were used to create these fraudulent contracts, but we don't know who actually signed the contracts.
Thank you. Is there a reason why this has taken 5 years now to investigate?
So as I mentioned through the Chair, we did start in 2020 and it was put on pause. There was a transition in an Auditor General. We had a backlog of our complaints and some resourcing issues, and then we restarted it in 2024. It wasn't prioritized quite as high because the city had already recovered the funds, but I felt that it was still important to continue our efforts in finalizing this.
And just for clarification, was this error or discrepancy discovered in more of a systemic review, or was it just something that was noticed as an anomaly in that why would the city be using a third-party retailer for electricity when we usually use Toronto Hydro? Or was this more of a systemic review of these accounts payable?
So through the Chair, it was identified through unusual things noted on the invoices received, and I don't know if, Pat, you want to expand on that further?
To you, Mr. Chair. We have a process by which the invoices are PDF. We have a software application that looks at the invoices and pays the invoices within 15 days. Part of our process is to look at anomalies. So typically what would happen is we're looking for anomalies in month over month changes in pricing, because typically what would happen is you're looking, what would drive up the price is typically consumption, right? So month over month if there's a change in consumption. In this case, when the first set of invoices came in September, second set of invoices came in October, the team, part of their review when they're looking at anomalies, noticed that the price had changed from August to September. So now, over 2 months, you're seeing an increase in price. So when they're doing an investigation looking at the invoices, what changed on the Toronto Hydro invoice was who you were paying. So consumption didn't change. The price had changed because now the contract has been switched to 2 retailers. Once we had discovered that, then we reached out to Hydro to do a complete scan of all of the Toronto Hydro bills to find how many of these discrepancies had existed. There were 14 in total. Once we had that, then what we did was contact the retailers to get copies of the contract. We need to understand how did these contracts were switched from Toronto Hydro to the two retailers. By the time we got all of the information, confirmed that we're 14, in early December, we notified the retailers that these contracts were fraudulent, and they acknowledged that and then agreed to then cancel the contracts and repay the city the refund. Because Toronto Hydro is still the one that does all the billing, we had to wait till the final bill in December was issued in early December, and at the end of December. Once that was done, staff then went through all the invoices, calculated what the refund was. We sent that to the two retailers, and then in mid-January, we received that refund. Once we had all the documentation, that's when in early January, then we notified the auditor of the fraud. Because at that time, we were able to supply the auditor with all of the material required for her to conduct the investigation.
Thank you. And just for clarification, that scan of anomalies, is that done manually or electronically or digitally?
It's a combination of both. We have energy management software that actually looks at anomalies in consumption for all of our buildings, because we need to understand if something's, to investigate whether or not it's something within the building. So again, in cold months like January and February, we're monitoring that to see based on cold. It's a process we do every month.
Thank you. And then a final question. So when I worked at the bank, there was a list called colloquially the approved person list. So people who could borrow money from the Bank of Canada, they were approved, they were listed. Is there not a similar list for the City of Toronto of people who can make purchases over certain amounts so that this can't be, because even the retired employee didn't have the authorization to make this purchase, so it seems like they just needed a City of Toronto employee in order to do that, whereas if they had to say, okay, is this person authorized to actually make this, that could have prevented the fraud from occurring in the first place.
So, thank you for the question.
Yeah. I'll start off. So through the chair, so these contracts would have required going to City Council, and they had not. So that approval was needed for those contracts to be valid.
So they should have gone to City Council, but they had not.
And they did not.
Okay, but I guess going back to my original question, had our vendors known that, okay, contracts over X amount need approval, here's a list of people who can approve this, and this list is updated regularly. Is there not some sort of check like that?
Okay, I'll refer to Patrick on that, yeah.
Thank you to the chair. So just to provide contract. Today in corporate real estate, we have a contract management and vendor management team. So all contracts are now centralized. The timing of when this occurred in July 19th, the inception of CREM happened in August of 2019. So this happened just as we were working through the transition. So today it's very different. One, the delegated of authority with respect to signing contracts is set by council. That's constantly distributed to all of the staff within CREM. Everyone knows in CREM, for commodities and services, we have a centralized contract and vendor management team. Very different today than it was 6 years ago.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah, so just a few questions. So, I mean, it's good that we got the $250,000 back, but at the time, no, I know you have a better process in place that you can catch it. So there was no oversight at all when those invoices were paid to flag it. It was just paid. And then just another question about the retired city employee. What was his role at the city? Because it seems kind of strange for me that these outside contractors will pick this one employee that retired. What was the relationship?
So I can't answer I'll answer part A of the question, Councillor.
Okay.
So with respect to the invoices, it's important to note that the invoices still came from, the billings still come from Toronto Hydro. So if you look on page 5 of the auditor's report, she provided a sample. The nuance in there, it says you're buying your electricity from, so that's what got switched, right? So it wasn't as if these two vendors submitted, the retailers submitted their own invoices. They still came from Toronto Hydro. So the fact that we have the checks and balances and looking at anomalies in energy, that's how we're able to catch it. So again, the contracts, the fraudulent contracts were issued in July. It would have taken a couple of billing cycles for Toronto Hydro.
I apologize, we've lost video feed. Can I just ask you to pause for a moment? Sorry, folks, we've got to reestablish the feed.
I find it kind of strange that these contractors, why did you pick this particular retired employee? Unless there was some sort of relationship, like was this retired employee, what was his role? Like why would they pick somebody? You should ask. You should ask, like what was his role? I did. What was his role? He hasn't answered.
Okay. Did they just pick some random employee or like?
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Why was this particular employee chosen to board?
Thank you. Apologies, Mr. Matozo. We are up and rolling again. Please carry on with your answer.
It's with police now.
So, to Mr. Chair, to Councilor Nunziata. So these fraudulent contracts would have been submitted to Toronto Hydro without our knowledge. So it would have been that would have been hard to catch. But as I stated, within our processes and looking at anomalies in energy, that's how we were able to catch it.
Okay, so then my second question was about this retired employee, and I'm glad that we're sending it to Toronto Police. So I guess I'm kind of curious, what was the role of this retired employee? And was there, what he did at city, and was there some sort of relationship with these outside contractors? Because it seems kind of weird that they would pick this particular employee that retired.
So
They could have picked
through the-
anybody, right?
Through the chair, to clarify, there was no relationship between the retired employees and the consulting firms. Both of the employees were from CREM. I can't disclose their roles due to confidentiality. And so we weren't able to determine how those identities were taken. And so that part is not known. The part about referring to the police is in terms of one of the consulting firm owners. And there's prior allegations against that person, so.
Okay, so we don't know if there was any relationship at all.
Sean? Yeah.
Like, we interviewed, through the chair, we interviewed the two consulting firm owners and, from there, they had said that they didn't know the individual listed there, right? So.
I think the police would investigate that further because it just seems like it's just random. They just happen to pick someone, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I understand.
Yeah, we did also have
I'm
a
sure
handwriting
with a
expert.
police investigation, they'll be able to dig deeper.
Yeah, we also had a handwriting expert in terms of looking at the signatures on the contracts, and they were not from those two retired employees.
Thank you.
Additional questions? I've got a couple. I want to clarify, make sure I understood this in the report. By identity theft, or assuming the identity of an employee, I thought I read here that it wasn't a toronto.ca email domain, it was something similar. So was it that simple? They said, I'm such and such name from the city. It was from an email account that wasn't the city of Toronto, but might have looked like it. And it was that basic. Is that correct?
So Chair, that was part of it, and part of what helped us to come to the conclusion that it was not the retired employees that committed the fraud.
So somebody could have picked the name out of a Rolodex, literally, and then made it look like it was them. It wasn't like they stole their ID badge and, had some artificial intelligence face on the screen to pretend to be them, a disguise. No. Okay.
They somehow must have known they were retiring soon, but yeah.
More basically, the sample invoice showed a banner on the invoice that says, you are buying your electricity from a third-party retailer. It was like right there. Is there a way to calibrate the software to detect banners like that?
I'll refer to Pat on that one.
Through to you, Mr. Chair, we've worked with, as part of the controls, in addition to the controls we have, we've also worked with Toronto Hydro to make sure that they're flagging any changes in contract. So that's part of our process when this happened.
The contract with a third-party retailer, according to the report, potentially created an increase in electricity costs of $2.5 million, I think it was. Is that normal that somebody would contract with a third party to actually raise their electricity price? Like, how does that even begin to make sense? Does anyone have any comment or experience on that? Is there ever a case that somebody would do that? Or do we have someone from Hydro here that could answer that? Does that happen often?
Is Andrew Sasso available online or no? Andrew Sasso?
To you, Mr. Chair, I could attempt to answer the question. The only time, possibly is if someone, a company or an organization is trying to hedge against price increases.
Okay, but normally the intent with making a contract with a third-party reseller of electricity is that there is some notion of savings. Otherwise, you just stick with hydro, right? Like that's the starting point. Okay, and in this case, it clearly was not that. So there wasn't much that made sense about these contracts. Okay, I'm seeing a no. All right, I regret, I'd love to ask the question of hydro, but I'll put it out there. If anyone knows the answer, is there a way to put like an asterisk or a exclamation mark onto hydro bills that says, hey, customer, you need to see this? This is a change this month? So that it is like really like right there? I don't know, do we ever uncover that?
Yeah, through the chair, there is notification to lower volume customers, but not to the higher volume ones. And it goes to the Ontario Energy Board. So I guess there was some pushback in terms of that from the higher volume customers.
Okay, that's all my questions. Councillor Fletcher.
I just want to really understand how that would work. And what would the advantage be to the person that has so-called purchased that power? Are they receiving money? And how would they receive money? Otherwise, why would they be doing that?
Right, so the consultants or the consulting firms would be paid by the energy retailers, a commission, and so that would be their incentive in terms of these contracts.
And you were unable to find out which consulting firms or who is behind that from the energy retailers?
We do know who that is. We'd have to go in camera in terms of disclosing the names.
Yes. Chair, sorry. Did you hear what the auditor, sorry,
You would have to go
Counselor,
in
I just
camera
want
to
the
disclose the
auditor, I
names.
just want you to hear the answer. I've asked, what's the advantage? And it's the consulting company that's now getting their percentage once it's been moved over. And I'm just wondering, since that was, I don't know if that's fraudulent or not, is that considered fraudulent?
In this case, it would be fraudulent.
And so are you recommending any next steps as far as investigation is
We've
concerned?
referred it to the Toronto Police Service to consider a criminal investigation.
And are any of the consultants that were involved had anything to do with the city or ever worked for the city or knew people at the city?
Through the chair, I do not believe so.
So they just figured out a good little scam, but how would they have known somebody's retiring?
We weren't able to determine that.
And when would you hear back from Toronto Police Services? Would we,
They haven't given us a timeline,
all right.
but they said they would get back to me.
Well, would they get back to you? Will you get back to, how will you get back to us to know what happened?
We could move a motion for a follow-up report, I suppose.
On the,
Are there additional questions? I'm going to do a couple. I'm sorry, I just want to make a point of clarification. I think they'll be quick. Just on what Councillor Fletcher raised, the city was able to back out of the third-party contracts. So we're back to where we were at the start.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so we don't, as a city, we don't have a loss.
Correct.
But there could be a loss between the energy third-party retailer
Yes.
and whoever they had a relationship with the consultant in terms of commissions or fees paid. And we don't know the answer to that, do we?
The energy retailer suffered a loss.
Okay. And that's all with Toronto Police.
Yes.
Mr. Matozo, you mentioned that your software looks for increases in prices. Have we checked whether or not there are third-party energy retail contracts that may have saved us a bit of money, yet we don't have a record of signing those contracts as we would in this case? And it would be something the software didn't catch.
So to you, Mr. Chair, so the energy management application looks for anomalies with energy usage, right? And we look at the pricing of the invoices. It doesn't scan for whether or not contracts have been changed.
Has anyone checked? So what I'm getting at is, in this case, and I made the point in my first question, was that these contracts resulted in a higher price for electricity. So the software zoomed right in on it. So
That's correct.
There's something funny here. If it was a pass-through rate or even a lower rate, as you would presume with an energy contract, have we gone and checked to see if there was other situations where somebody arranged a contract with a third-party retailer that the software didn't pick up?
To you, Mr. Chair, I'd have to check with our energy management team and get back to committee on that. But just for clarity, all of our hydro contracts are with Toronto Hydro.
Okay.
So I just want to be clear on that. We do not have any third-party contracts. All of our hydro bills come from Toronto Hydro directly.
Chair, just to add, we did also follow up with Toronto Hydro towards the end of this investigation, just to check that no agencies and corporations have contracts with energy retailers. There is one arena that does, that still has it, but that is the only one.
Okay. I have no further questions. Did any other members have questions on this? Councillor Myers?
Thank you, Chair. Just one final question. I just want to make sure something like this could not happen today, in that you could not take someone's identity and a retired City of Toronto employee or any City of Toronto employee and make this type of contract with the vendor because of the controls that are in place currently.
Maybe I'll start off, and then Patrick, feel free. So CREM does have controls in place in terms of invoice scraping to check for this sort of thing, in terms of a detective control. There's always the risk of fraud. There's always the risk that identities can be stolen and that fraud can be committed. That's part of having our fraud and waste hotline. But having good controls in place will help to detect, and also having investigations like this also help to prevent too, to know that there's consequences. Pat, anything to add?
Just to add to you, Mr. Chair, now that we have centralized contract and vendor management, we have a process by which contracts need to flow through. So again, as the auditor said, I can't control fraud that happens outside our control processes, but we have processes all the way through to ensure that if something like that were to happen, we'd actually catch it.
So this type of fraud is, I don't want to say impossible, but you couldn't do something similar like this today.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Nunziata is just working on a motion, so I'm going to recommend that before we go to speaking, if there's no further questions, we stand the item down. We'll come back to it in a moment. I think it's a brief motion. Okay. We will then go back to the top of the list, AU 9.9, which is the FIFA World Cup 2026, Toronto Governance Lessons Learned for Bidding and Planning to Host Future Mega Events. That item was held.
And just before we go there, the reporting back from the police may be confidential, so we'll have to. Yes.
Madam Auditor, you indicated there's no presentation, but you would like to make introductory remarks. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So thank you to management and staff for their cooperation and assistance on this project. Sharon Bollenbach and her team, Pat Tobin and his team, Paul Johnson, Jean Aboussab, James Lapierre, Wendy Wahlberg, and Corey Lynch. Thank you to my team as well, Ariane Chan and Matt Crisafulli. This non-audit report examines the city's governance and cost control measures leading up to and during the execution of the FIFA World Cup 2026 agreement. Through this report, we identified lessons learned for City Council and management on bidding and planning to host future mega or international events, as well as other decisions of City Council involving significant funding together with commitment required from multiple levels of government. Our report highlights a couple of main areas. In terms of governance and oversight, strong governance oversight is needed by City Council early in the bidding process for future mega or large-scale events. In 2018, City Council authorized the city manager at that time to negotiate and execute the bid agreements for the FIFA World Cup 2026. City Council's limited visibility into the agreement terms, combined with staff not providing timely updates, could have left the city exposed to potential financial, operational, and reputational risk. The Mayor and City Council later addressed this in 2024 by strengthening the governance structure to provide improved oversight by City Council. When City Council delegates authority to staff, Council needs to be appropriately informed on significant changes in estimated values or significant updates of a project or agreement in a timely manner. The second area was transparency and timeliness. So the city needs a mega event policy and framework that includes a comprehensive risk assessment and risk mitigation strategies. Significant updates or changes relevant to mega events should be brought to City Council on a timely basis so that Council can make fully informed decisions. City Council should be informed of all relevant potential costs and funding responsibilities in the early estimate stage, as certain costs in the initial $30 to $45 million hosting estimate were excluded due to uncertainties. Finalizing agreements should not be delayed, and finalization of the one remaining agreement with MLSE should be expedited once the necessary information is provided. Documenting and retaining records of agreed-upon changes to the hosting requirements should be strengthened to reduce the risk of a misunderstanding between City of Toronto staff, other host cities, and FIFA. The 7 recommendations in this report are aimed at reinforcing best practices for City Council and staff to help strengthen governance and guidelines for future mega or large international events, as well as to address areas for improvement in hosting the FIFA World Cup 2026 in Toronto. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there questions of staff on this item?
Yep.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you for that. I'm just having a little, want to clarify something. There was a report brought to City Council from the city manager and the former mayor suggesting that you said we approved something, but that was based on the advice of the city manager at the time and the mayor at the time. That was not City Council initiating anything on its own. Could we have that clarified, please?
So
you've mentioned City Council so many times, but do you not have any advice for the city manager position? And it was not this city manager.
It was
delegated
it was not
authority,
the city manager.
the costs, and everything that was done all behind the scenes. That was not City Council that did anything behind the scenes. We only worked with the information that was brought forward by the city officials at the time and the mayor at the time. Am I not correct on that?
So through the chair, not suggesting that City Council did anything untoward, just have recommendations for how to improve further strengthening the transparency and timeliness of reporting from staff to City Council, as well as just having a stronger governance structure in terms of overseeing such a large-scale event.
Let's not talk about the governance structure for overseeing. Let's talk about how we got into a $400 million deficit. And was that ever told to City Council that we would have a $400 million or a large hundreds of millions of dollars that we may be on the hook for with that report? I don't believe it was.
So there's been the three main updates through the chair in terms of the cost estimates. There was the initial cost estimate that was made before the number of matches was known in terms of 30 to 45 million. In our report, we do say that there could have been more done in terms of identifying those uncertainties and what the potential costs could be if responsibilities needed to be taken on in certain areas. And then there was a second update, and on, Matt, if you can let me know the number there. The 2022 estimate was 290 million, and then the more recent update, which it has stayed at, is the 300 and I believe $80 million.
But the City Council approval was essentially hardly even an approval for the 35 to 40 million. That was a threshold that we were advised for these games. Council.
Yeah, there wasn't an approval on the initial estimate. The City Council motion I was referring to was the delegated authority to the city manager to enter into the bid agreements with the caveat around the commitment.
And who asked us to give delegated authority? Did the city manager ask for the delegated authority at the time? Or did council just say that's a good idea? I think it was.
Paul, do you know the answer to that one? No, I'm not sure on the answer.
That was a report to council, was it not?
Can someone open the report and tell us what it says?
And those negotiations have been underway by the former mayor, the former mayor's staff, who were also at MLSE, and the former city manager. I just want to clarify on
The
this.
staff report is from the general manager.
Can't hear you.
Economic, as well. The general manager, economic development and culture.
Recommended delegated authority to the city manager.
Yes.
Yes, and city council approved that. And then nothing was brought back until we learned of these larger amounts. And it was negotiated in 22, and it was negotiated in that manner. So are you with the strong mayor system, are you not worried that doesn't really have to come to council? A strong mayor could decide to undertake all of those actions on their own. Do you have any advice for the city council or the mayor on a strong mayor system with this kind of situation?
Through the chair, so fortunately, this mayor did strengthen the governance structure with the
current
committees.
mayor.
Our current mayor strengthened the governance structure in 2024 with the committees. And so our recommendation is around making sure, no matter who is in the mayoral position, that happens for future international or mega events.
Yes, but if a mayor decides they want to be the strong mayor, can they not override that?
That's a question for the city clerk likely, but I think it's likely that they could.
So there's a governance question. I don't know, do we have someone that can answer that regarding the strong mayor authority with respect to the financials on this? Do we have anyone in the room that has those
So Chair,
answers?
just in general, I think a big piece is around budget, and there's no ability for the mayor themselves to simply add a budget item of that magnitude or of any magnitude without going through a process. Now, the budgeting process is different under the strong mayor powers, but it's still a process that has to come forward, and council would have the insight to it, and then council would have remedies if they wish to amend the budget that we now know as we go through each budget cycle. So the ability from a financial perspective to simply do this without any insight coming towards council, my experience in looking at this and working through it for a few years, I can't see how that would be possible.
So not likely again, but in this circumstance, the delegated authority that was requested, nothing came back. Former mayor, former city manager, negotiating a $400 million price tag for the city, correct? Without the knowledge of city council. So you're trying to make sure that can't happen again.
Is aimed at strengthening the governance. Just to clarify, though, the actual estimate of the 380 million was in 2024 when everything was known in terms of the number of FIFA matches, and the MLSE agreements were actually just recently signed.
Right.
Yeah. and
Now, just
letter
the
of
Integrity
intent was signed
Commissioner
by the
also did a
current city
report
manager.
on the role of the mayor previous and his former staff in negotiating this, as that should not also be a standard that we would be using for such a major event. Would you agree with that? Or do you want to opine on
I
that?
can't comment on that, and it's
Should
not
we
in my
bring forward
mandate.
the Integrity Commissioner's report to accompany yours?
Through
for
the chair,
governance matters?
That was not in the scope of this project, and it's not
Understand.
part of my mandate to look at the mayor and councillors.
But we could, as a committee, decide to bring that together for good governance. I would ask you or ask lawyers.
Through the chair, I'm not sure that would be the appropriate route to go.
What's your question, Councillor Fletcher? Did you want to forward the integrity?
Well, we're talking about
Commissioner's
good
report,
governance.
Or did you want to ask the integrity commissioner questions on this?
No, we have our Integrity Commissioner report. Our AG is talking about good governance. I think the Integrity Commissioner indicated that good governance would not have the mayor negotiating with one of his former staff that he also had a relationship with around FIFA. That's my understanding, was the understanding from the Integrity Commissioner. So I just think for good governance, that's also a good governance operational matter. So I don't know if I need to have both of those go to council at the same time. But I understand the AG can't talk about that. Yes.
I guess we could ask the integrity commissioner to be available to
Yes, that's
council.
perfect. Yes, I think, yes. Do I need to move that? And understand the Auditor General, that's not your purview, and I don't want to make you uncomfortable. But we do have two companion reports now, good governance as far as city council, but good governance and good operations as far as a senior official, whether it's the mayor or anybody else that is decision-making body, and their relationships. So yes, I'd like that in front of council at the same time.
So Councillor Fletcher, we'd have to find out if we're able to re-put a report in front of council, but the clerk advises we could let the integrity commissioner
Yes.
know to be ready to answer
Correct.
questions.
Answer questions.
But I can't answer the piece on whether or not it's in
Fine.
order.
I just want that, the integrity commissioner there so I can ask those questions for good governance. Not
The
your
chair,
good
just keeping in
governance,
mind
general.
It was the former integrity commissioner that issued
But
that
it's
report.
still the report that exists for council. That's correct.
And Chair, just as a bit of help, it's the report for October 3rd of 2023, just so that you have the
Yes.
date of the report.
And I understand that the same integrity commissioner isn't there, but he owns all of their, new one owns all of those reports, just as our current auditor general owns all of the previous auditor general reports. So I think that's in order. I'd like to have that, please, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, did you want a motion or just simply as an
I don't know
undertaking?
if I need to move that
Mr.
motion. I'm happy to move that.
Mr. Clerk is indicating that he has a process
I
to
think we'd
notify.
request the integrity commissioner to be at city council when this is being heard. That would be my motion. Thank you.
On the item, members wishing to speak on the item? See none? Yep, Councillor Fletcher, go ahead.
I'm just going to say that I'd just like to move that quickly. I think it's important that we are talking about good governance, and these two pieces are now coming together as far as what council should have done, and finally a look at how this impacted FIFA for those kinds of negotiations. He might say that that was fine, but I think the Auditor General has hit the nail on the head here about transparency and accountability, because at the end of the day, turns out that City Council does have to grapple with this number, with the amount that it's costing, and the fact that other governments aren't actually stepping up in the way we would just love them to step up. And having done this in a way that was quite disturbing for those of us who didn't know anything about it. And those of us who didn't know anything about it were 25 councillors. There was a mayor who knew about that, and those of us who didn't know anything about it really need to say yes, thank you, for ensuring that that won't happen again. no more mushrooms for city council, but it was very easy to do that, to delegate authority, to send off, to make that happen, to do that, say everything's fine, no check-ins. And it's one of the things I think, Councillor Nunziata, you just said to me, too much delegated authority on these big issues. And this was, again, another COVID special. I could just list them on one hand, starting to list everything that went on in COVID and no proper oversight. That is one of the roles of City Council, to have very rigorous oversight, particularly over large pieces like this. For the Pan Am Games, it was a great deal of oversight. But for this, when we started, there wasn't very much there. And I commend the auditor for making those recommendations, trying to make sure this doesn't happen again. But this is another disturbing COVID practice. Pay it, FIFA, and in my strong opinion, the NRFP that was out for snow. I have no idea what else is out there. If we need to go and review all of these large contracts during that time of COVID when we didn't have any authority, but when it was removed from us, and you can see the importance of council authority properly done, it's quite an important thing. Thank you.
Thank you. And to clarify, Madam Vice Chair, the clerk advises that it's not in order for us to ask the Integrity Commissioner to be at council. We would have to recommend to council to request the Integrity Commissioner,
That's
which
good.
defeats the
I'll
purpose.
do that starting, and I think the clerk could let the Integrity Commissioner know that we will be asking that at the beginning of the meeting. Thank you. Yes, you're the chair. You can do that. We have the speaker right here. Yeah, that's correct. Yes, you can do that. You're the boss.
So Councillor Fletcher, I got to be clear. Do you want to formalize a motion, which is a little something that needs to be assembled by the clerk, or do you want to take it as an undertaking from the clerk? You heard from the speaker that they would make
Yes,
sure.
I'd like that undertaking for the clerk, but I'd like the Integrity Commissioner to know that we'd be interested to have him there without making a motion. And we have our speaker here, and she will do that.
Okay.
So I think that's better. That's an easier way to do that. Thank you.
Any other members wishing to speak? Would a member like to move the recommendations?
Oh, yes, I'll move those.
Councillor Fletcher, Vice Chair Fletcher moves the recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Okay.
So I do have that motion. We can move it in.
We are going to go back to AU 9.10, which we set down. That was fraud investigation involving multiple City of Toronto electricity accounts. Councillor Nunziata, you've got your motion. Go ahead.
Yes, I do have an amendment, and I did speak to our legal staff, and they said that was okay. So I know that in the report, the Auditor General has mentioned the police, that you're going to pour it on, but I thought it would be a little stronger, and we can, by moving the amendment to City Council for the Auditor General's report to the Toronto Police Service Board and request the Chief of Police to consider initiating an investigation. So this way it's direction from Council. I think will be a little stronger, and the City Solicitor said that was okay. Right?
On the amendment, all those in favor? Any opposed? The amendment carries. And on the item as amended, all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. Almost there. Almost there. Okay, AU 9.11. That is the audit of the Toronto Transit Commission's non-union workforce planning and management, held by Councillor Myers.
We have two TTC staff here.
Questions of staff.
Questions of both now. So the first question I just had to the Auditor General, if you could just give a background about how this audit came about.
Okay. So we do our regular risk assessment every year in terms of developing our audit work plan. We often do many audits at TTC, and so this was identified as a risk through our risk assessment in terms of looking at the culture. There was also a number of allegations to our fraud and waste hotline around some of the workplace culture at TTC.
Thank you. And were those allegations mostly by employees or members of the public?
Through the chair, I'm not sure if I can comment on that.
Publicly, or
Sorry?
you're not sure if you can comment on it publicly, or you don't have the information?
Publicly, yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
And just to clarify, so this was not an investigation, this was a performance audit.
Fair enough. And is it fair also to say that you and I had several conversations that something was wrong here?
Yes.
Yes? So when I was sort of looking into these items, I got a lot of pushback from staff about it's not appropriate for counselors to ask these types of questions. It's not appropriate for counselors to ask for this type of information. So I just want to know, like, how should counselors go about investigating these matters when they suspect something is wrong and they're not getting the proper information from staff in order to do our job?
So through the chair,
What's your office's role in that?
Yeah, so our office's role, we have the fraud and waste hotline, so counselors can put their complaint or allegation through our hotline or contact myself, and it goes through our hotline in our forensic unit. There is also an investigation unit at TTC, and we do make referrals to the TTC investigation unit. But if there's not traction, we can always follow up and do our own investigation too.
Thank you very much. And I do have a couple questions for TTC staff since they're here. Thank you. If you could just give an update on the employees that are currently retired but are still working at TTC. How many of them are still there, and what is the plan to eventually re-retire them?
The rehired pensioners.
Through the chair, I can start, if that's okay, and Christina may have something to add. So at the time that this audit was conducted, I believe there were 35 individuals approximately identified who were rehired pensioners out of a staff of approximately 17,000. As of today, we currently are down to 11 rehired pensioners. And just for reference, the reason we utilize rehired pensioners is usually because we have, as was identified in the report, not enough time or planning done for succession planning, and we have certain areas within the TTC where we have extreme difficulty in recruiting. So those are usually the areas where we use rehired pensioners the most.
Thank you. And just one of the things highlighted by the Auditor General's report was that TTC employees could give notice of their retirement the day they were retiring, which sort of put the organization in a very awkward position. So what is the progress on rectifying that situation?
So in terms of progress, we have already started communicating out, starting at the top and through all levels of management, about what good practices and making notice of upcoming policy changes. So yes, it's an anomaly that you don't have a policy that clearly outlines a notice period for retirement like most public sector places do. We are going to be changing the policy, but in advance of doing that, because it does take a bit of time, it's just a change in practice, outlining that this has been a weakness in how we've been dealing with workforce planning overall. And I would say that the message, it is getting out there. I know that we personally communicated it to the top levels of management, and we have not, to my knowledge, seen any same day or a few day notice periods.
Thank you. And another thing mentioned by the Auditor General was that there had not been an employee engagement survey or satisfaction survey since 2016. Can you just give us an update as to where that is now?
Sure. This one's a very good update. Our employee engagement survey recently closed. It was open for 4 weeks. And again, out of a staff of 17,000, our completion rate was 66.7%. It was 81% for non-union staff and just above 60% for unionized staff. I would say that we far exceeded what we thought we would get, knowing that industry standards for transit companies in North America is actually between 20 and 60%. So I would say we're tracking in the right direction.
Thank you very much. And one final question. Can you just give us an update as to where the TTC is on succession planning for non-union staff, especially for higher level executives? That was something that historically had not been done, in that people just kind of knew who the next in line was. And, you know, that's no longer the situation now. People have different options in terms of leaving or working at different transit agencies. So we've had to rethink and redesign. Well, you've had to do that. Could you just give an update as to where we are on sort of identifying those individuals that are close to retirement and just getting a succession plan in place?
Through the chair, I would say that this is a work in progress. Unlike some other items that were identified in the audit report, this one is going to take a bit of time, as we did not have a dedicated function just to succession planning. But that being said, we've identified at the top level and the next level down, we've started work, I should say, on identifying key and critical positions. We've taken a look at all of the leaders, looked at their time horizon in terms of eligibility to retire. It is a lot of manual work because we currently do not have data capabilities that you see in other organizations to collect and manipulate this information. And it really is changing the culture at TTC. I would say that in the past few years, we've done a better job of making sure that we're having more collective discussions about what is needed for the role, how does it align with the corporate plan, where are we trying to go as an organization, as opposed to just saying, this one's been here and is next in line, which I'm not saying that that always happened in the past, but I understand how there was a perception that that was the case. Christina, is there anything to add?
Only that we, through the chair, only that we are looking at, we've also been looking at a performance framework and what would be required to implement that. Well, that's being done through our compensation review project. So it is something that we are having discussions around at the executive level. And while that is still to come, I have noticed even in the short time that I've been here, that that is now part of the regular discussions that are happening at this level. These are things that we are taking into consideration and we are planning for as we go forward, especially as it aligns to the corporate plan.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Further questions? I had a couple of quick ones. I think I heard the update was there was 11 remaining employees who are retired but are working for the TTC. Are they working as an employee-employer relationship, or are they consultants?
So some of them are, it's a combination. Some of them are working as full-time employees, and some of them are on contractor agreements. They are all temporary in nature, so they are not full-time permanent, but they may be classified as a TTC employee, or they may be classified as a temporary worker.
By the time you think that their tenure is wrapped up, can you give me a sense of the spread of how long they will have been with the TTC after their retirement? 1 year, 2 years? I think there's up to 5 years on some of the graphs that I saw here.
Yeah, I would need to check. We have that information, so it is available. I just need to compile that for you, but we do have it.
Last question. To the extent that is permissible in public, because it's a legal risk question, can you give me a sense of the measures you are taking to strengthen the employer's position from a risk perspective and an HR perspective, being in this type of relationship, which I understand is a bit complicated, but there are things to consider when an employee retires and then comes back to where they worked?
I can start with that through the chair. So as part of building up capacity, education awareness around succession planning, we have had conversations with all of the leaders to let them know that there is going to be added rigor applied if a proposed pensioner rehire comes forward. There is a separate process and discussion that they have to go through with HR if that is going to happen. And I will say that there is an elevated level of scrutiny for that, where they are advised of the risks associated with that. We are also strengthening wording in policy practice documents to make sure that a wide variety of recruitment and staffing options available are the first choice in order to give outside members or non-TTC employees or former employees a chance. And this has already started. And like I say, the added rigor, I've personally taken part in some of these discussions, and there are individuals who, in some cases, just weren't as aware of the legal and other risks, and it's changing.
And finally, can you just give me a general sense of the salary range of the individuals that have been rehired as retirees?
They vary, but often when they are coming back to do, it's always that they're coming back to do a role that they either left or is related to a project that they were working on. And so they would be coming back at earning similar to what they were earning prior to retirement. So historically, that was not the case. That's part of the additional rigor that we've added to the process to make things more consistent and more clear. I know that's an item that the Auditor General picked up on and was named in the report, but we have taken steps now to ensure that if you're coming back as a rehired pensioner, that your salary is in line with what you would have been earning previously. You're not getting those great jumps that we were seeing in the past.
Thank you. Any further questions? Members wishing to speak?
I'll speak.
Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I just want to first say thank you to the Auditor General for taking the concerns I shared seriously and for, I think, really improving the organization and just getting us to the next level in terms of how we do succession planning, how we do HR. I think the insights that you shared are helpful not just for the non-union workforce, but the unionized workforce as well. And I know we at the HR committee have been really taking to heart the findings that you've found and really working with the Chief People Officer and her team to really make the organization better. And of course, thank you to our Chief People Officer and your team for the work that you've been doing. It's been a journey. I think it's hard to believe we've been working at this for 2 years now on various HR matters that have come up. So I just want to thank you for the diligence that you have really shown this file and for really professionalizing this department that was in need of professionalization. So thank you very much. And I would just like to say, councillors do have a role in oversight. I know there's this notion sometimes that we're just here as figureheads, but no, we do have roles, we do have professional backgrounds, we do care about these issues. And if we're asking questions, it's not inappropriate for us to get answers if you don't feel comfortable. If you don't feel comfortable, you can always go to your supervisor, but to simply say to councillors that you're not entitled to certain information unless there's a good reason for that is simply not appropriate. And I will just keep my comments to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Myers, did you want to move the recommendations?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Councillor Myers moves the recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Okay, back to our list. We have 2 remaining items. Looking for Councillor Fletcher. I wondered if somebody could just peek into the hallway to see if she's there.
Yeah, because I have to go.
Me too.
Yep. So I will call out AU 9.14, which is community centers, 2024 audited financial statements. That item was held.
I'll just proceed.
It was also held by Councillor Fletcher. Okay, let's go to 9.15, which is it was also held by Councillor Fletcher, but we've got to move on with, Councillor Fletcher. So we've jumped ahead to AU 9.15. That's the arenas 2024 and 2023 audited financial statements and status of outstanding 2024 audited financial statements. Questions of staff? Seeing none? Yes, we can come back to the item that you held. Members wishing to speak? Nope, okay, I've got a small amendment. I can explain it in about 10 seconds. This is just asking for a follow-up on management letters.
Can I just ask a question, please?
Go ahead. Question to mover.
I see that the 24 reports are in, and 2 of them are filing their 23 reports. Do you have some idea of where their 24 reports might be for Ted Reeve and Moss Park?
Question of the auditor.
So through the chair, yeah, so in terms of the 2024 report, so yes, 2 are part of this submission. For William Bolton Arena, it's been completed, but pending board approval, at least at the time of our submission deadline. For Leaside, it was pending resolution of an accounting adjustment. And then, as you can see, a couple of them, the 2023 just got finished, so they are just starting the 2024. But I have coordinated with the auditors, and all of them are scheduled, and they are receiving the information to do the audits.
And is this an auditor that's procured for all of them, or are they procuring their auditors each one?
So through the chair, it's done collectively for the smaller entities, and it's Don Grant Thornton.
It's Grant Thornton. So are you advised when they're behind, or for what reasons they're behind? Or is that the Board of Management that tells you we're a bit late?
Through the chair, we do submit this item to Audit Committee on their behalf, and so we do get updates from the auditor about how things are going, and if there's issues, then we coordinate with the city manager's office on that.
So I'd just like, for the 2 that are filing their December 2023 reports, what would you say are the reasons why they are a year out?
So through the chair, since COVID, the arenas have been behind on their audited statements, and they've been gradually catching up. And so now it's only just getting to the point where they're almost there.
Because they were closed the whole time?
They were closed,
Yeah,
yes.
all right, thank you.
Okay, any questions of the mover? Seeing none. On the amendment, all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. On the item as amended, all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. We will go back to item AU 9.14, which is the Community Center's 2024 audited financial statements. Councillor Fletcher.
It's just, thank you for those. Hang on, I'm still on last one. Oh, last one. So these community centers, are they city community centers, or are they standalone community centers?
So through the chair, these are the smaller entities of the city, so they are the
They are
community
city
centers.
community centers. That is how they're seen by staff and by you, obviously, that's why we're getting these. I'd like to ask Ms. Andrea Campbell the same thing. Do all of these community centers see themselves as a city agency? And how do they let the world know about that? Is there a consistent manner where they are branded with the City of Toronto logo? Or are they able to simply do their own thing? What's your standard?
So Chair, they are city community centers. However, when City Council established them through the relationship framework, they established them as a hybrid model with a board of management. And through the relationship framework, Council designated that the program components and the management of daily operations of each AOC is done through the board of management.
No, I understand. So that'd be very much like the arenas, would it not?
Yes, that's correct.
But are those considered city arenas or their own arenas?
Yeah, the chair, it's very similar, I believe. So they each have their own board as well that's
Yes.
responsible for governance, but they are
But is it
still
a city
considered part of
board
the
or
city.
is it their own board?
It is a city board of management.
So we have city board of management, city facilities. How are they branded as a city, for the city?
So I don't have the detail as to how each AOC has what signage is there, but we certainly can look into that and bring that information to you.
How are they branded for the city? How are they branded in their documents, their annual reports, all of the nature of those things? Unclear on that.
Each AOC should be identifying themselves as part of the city's relationship framework and with the guidelines that are there. I've looked through the relationship framework, and I don't, there is not very specific details on how branding should occur, but we could work with the AOCs if there is confusion.
Okay, thank you just for that, because we have the audited statements here. And these are the audited statements for everything or only for the city funds?
So through the chair, these are the audited statements for the community centers in total for 9 out of the 10, and 1 was still in progress.
Which covers city. I'm asking, they can also bring other monies in? So does this cover their entire operation, or is it only for that segment that's funded directly by the city?
So through the chair, I believe it is for the whole operation. I'll just refer to Stephen just to check. Yes? Yes, that's correct.
Be their full financial statements, their entire operations.
Full financial statements, all of their donations, all of their money, including the core services from the city. So that would lead me to believe that it might be hybrid in nature, but I would certainly think that if the city isn't being given credit for these community centers in their branding, that is a problem. Would you not agree, given the amount of money that we're putting in there?
I can't comment on the branding.
Okay,
but
I'll ask the city manager.
The city.
If he's still here.
Can we go? Councilor?
Is anybody here that can answer that for arenas and where we're basically, our buildings, our money, extra money?
So perhaps I could jump in.
Well, he's right there. You moved.
Yes, as part of the relationship framework, certainly for the AOCs, and perhaps I'm looking at my colleagues around the arena boards, the city contributions, the city should be acknowledged because these are city entities. However, the AOCs also are to fundraise for parts of their programming, and those funders should be acknowledged as well as per those agreements.
Totally, but the core funder is the city, correct?
Yes, the city does core funding for the AOCs.
All right, thank you.
Members wishing to speak? Councillor Fletcher moves the disposition of the item, which is to have City Council receive. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Mr. Clerk has confirmed that those are all the items of business. Therefore, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.